Yo, hey Fake K Nanas, how's it going, you two? I hope you had good foods last night, Fig. Pretty good? Nice. No, so I don't think we got much further than when you left, to be fair. So basically, when was the last thing you remember, Fig? And I will tell you what happened after. Just had breakfast? Nice, Nanas, nice. Did you get some sleep last night? Because I know you've been, like, kind of here and there with your sleep recently as well. My sister made taco salad and it was delicious. Oh, hell yeah. Hell fucking yeah. Give you a sec, that's fine. That's fine. I have had a morning. I got a message on... I don't think it was the message that sent me, like... I'm making it sound worse than it was. I literally just blanked my entire morning. I was awake at like 7 a.m. wishing people a happy birthday and everything. And then I saw I had a message from someone I hadn't talked for like... I haven't talked to like in 10 years. She messaged me on Facebook and was like, oh, you were a huge part of my life back then. I just wanted to, you know... see if you're okay, and see if you're still angry at me, because she was one of the reasons I stopped following Bruno Senna. And I read the message, I screenshot it and sent it to Sean and was like, damn, I haven't talked to her in like 10 years. I thought she was dead. She was like in her mid-50s when I knew her. And that's it. I blinked my eyes, and the next thing I knew, it was 12 o'clock. So I have lost my entire morning because my brain has just kind of given up now. My brain, there's too much stress, too much emotions, too much going on in my life. My brain has just fully given up. Fully and utterly given up. So I just blanked the entire morning. But I can't say it was a reasonable time, though. At least you got sleep, though. That's the important thing. As long as you've got sleep. Oh! Oh. Right. Yeah, so we didn't get very much further because OBS finally actually died on me, so I just gave up. Basically, all that's happened, we're literally like maybe 10-20 minutes away from what you saw. Dahlia was Iris's twin sister. So Iris and Dahlia are the daughter of Morgan Fay, who is Pearl's mother. So they're Pearl's older sisters. And Dahlia's been killed. She got executed for her crimes. So Dahlia is now dead. So my big theory is that Dahlia has been summoned through either Pearls or Maya, because they haven't got to Maya yet either. She's got summoned by one of them. We're actually literally halfway through a conversation as well. Like, the game literally died, or OBS literally died, and my heart just sunk because everything was just like red, and I couldn't stabilize it, and there was nothing on my computer that was making it play up. So I was like, I'm gonna save it in the middle of this sentence. In the middle of this fucking sentence, I'm gonna save the game and just give up and come back to it tomorrow. So, like, we're in the middle of a sentence, but yeah, basically, Dahlia and Iris are twin sisters. They're Pearl's older sisters. Dahlia's dead. Iris is still trying to help. Iris seems like really nice. Iris was in on the kidnapping as well. That's the other big thing. But it sounds like Dahlia was always a cunt. She was always a horrible person. So she kind of, by the sound of it, forced Iris to be part of it. So the jeweler that was Iris's dad, or that was Dahlia's dad, is both of their dad, and he left Morgan when they realized Morgan wasn't going to be the master. It was going to be Misty. We also had it confirmed. I can't remember if it was confirmed before then or not. It was roughly about the same time. It was confirmed that Elise was in fact Misty Faye. So that is literally all you've missed. As I said, it's only about like 20 minutes or so you've missed, but it just so happens it was just very wordy. That's literally all. It was that reveal, and it was, you know, not much else. Not much else. I haven't got Steam up yet. Talk to Bikini. Yep. Basically, the next thing we did was go and talk to Edgeworth and found out that Dahlia was Iris's sister, and we're in the middle of talking to Iris right now. So you did not miss anything, really. Let's get the game up. See? Midway through a conversation, we ended. Because our mother's sister took it all from her, she took over as the Master of Quran. That would be Misty Faye, Maya's mother. But before long, the credibility of the Quran tradition hit rock bottom. The new Master, Misty Faye, made a terrible mistake. It was during the investigation of the DL6 incident. After that happened, our father took me and my twin sister away, leaving our mother and our home behind. He hated the place. He said it was a hick dive, and that he had no reason to stay there. And that's when he came here to Hazakura Temple. Yes, the woman my father took as his next wife already had a daughter, Valerie. I had no place in this new family, you see. Oh. And I haven't seen my mother once since then. Having the master's seat stolen from her and being rejected by her own family, I've heard she's been very battered spiritually and emotionally. I think I'm finally beginning to see how the pieces fit together. I've asked her everything I can in my capacity as a prosecutor. This incident, everything related to it, goes back to the history of the Fae clan. That's what it looks like. Why do none of these people have sons? I mean, someone has to have some sons, else Larry wouldn't have been born, right? I don't think... But whilst it is convenient that everyone is fucking daughters here, I feel like the thing is you wouldn't see the men anyway. They've made it very clear in the story that the men in the village tend to just go anyway. So whilst the two main characters have both had all girls, even if they had a boy, I don't think you would have ever heard about them. But also, Japanese game. As many boober as you can get on screen, right? Japan only cares about the boober. I mean, I gotta get chat up on my phone just in case. Just in case. We'll have to settle for dick. I mean, is it settling when you want it so bad? Alright, you guys are on my phone now. Iris, there's just one more thing I want you to tell me. What is it? During the incident in which your sister, Dahlia Hawthorne, poisoned a lawyer, she began a relationship with a certain college student in order to hide the evidence. That college student, have you heard anything about him? Well, I did hear one thing. She said she hated his gut. I see. Thank you for your help. You're welcome. Hurry up, Phoenix Wright. There's still much to investigate. Leave these socks to me. I'll open them for you, I promise. Thank you. I suppose I better continue my investigation. There's still one giant secret left to unlock. Pearl Cyclock. Oh, so she probably had relationships with a few college students? I feel she didn't. I feel... think they were dating at the time. I feel like she dated people when she needed something from them, and then dropped them when she didn't need them anymore. It definitely wasn't real relationships anyway. Right, let's see if these two idiots are back here. They are. Look at that. They really did make a fire right in front of the shack. Oh, Mr. Nick. Ha, you're too late, Nick. If you came here for one of our potatoes, we've already polished them all off. I think I've pretty much got all the evidence I need. Now I just need to find out what Pearls is hiding. I can't believe we've left a 9-year-old with fucking Larry. She hated the guts of could have been that guy. True. I think she just hated them all. She was evil. She was fucking evil.
Take that!
They're on her own in the city. Yes. Fictional, they made a fire and they cooked potatoes. And he wasn't even sure if the potatoes were, you know, rotten or not. I feel she'd be safer in a room full of serial killers than in a room with one Larry. I do not trust Larry. Look how many people die around Larry. Look how many people's lives are ruined by Larry. Just look at Larry. The night of the crime. After dinner on the night of the murder, you were supposed to be in Elise Dunham's room, reading a book together, correct? Yes, I was so happy when she invited me, but I didn't go in the end. You didn't go? No, there was somewhere else I had to go instead. I was so worried, I had to go. I didn't know what to do with myself, I was so nervous. So Pearls never went to Miss Dunham's room. Besides, she was too worried about something else, something or someone else. Pearls. On the night of the murder, you went to this place, didn't you? Guessing it's the inner temple.
Take that!
You went here, didn't you, Pearls? Looks like she's still not going to open up to me. This is where you went because you were so worried, right? Then the next question is, who or what were you so worried about? Now I'm going to take a guess, and you can tell me if I'm right or wrong, okay? Yeah, you mean you know? If I'm right, will you tell me the whole truth? Okay. You went to this place for one very simple reason, and that is... Well, it's gotta be... Maya, right?
Take that!
It's obvious what you were so worried about, Pearls. It was Maya, wasn't it? Ah! Instead of Pearl, when her name plate is Pearl, and that's much easier to say. It's weird. It's because he gave her it as a nickname. You probably remember that that was just a nickname he decided for her. I thought it was weird that he just went with Pearl. Like, Pearly sounds cute, you know? Like, that's a cute way of saying a name for a little kid. But Pearls is just adding an S to the end of an already short name anyway. Like, why call her Pearls when you could call her Pearly or something? But it's just a stupid nickname he gave her. Thank you for the hydrate and the stretch. Let me hydrate and stretch. Here's your hydrate. Welcome in, Watered. You don't think you were here when... Yeah, so it is just a nickname. I can't remember. I think people were calling her Pearly, and then he asked if he could call her Pearls, and she was like, yeah. It is just literally a nickname that he calls her. Who knows? Maybe in the original translation it made more sense, and it was a better nickname than just like, let's put an S on the end of your name. I can do this one-handed. You knew the training Maya was undertaking was dangerous. After all, it was a special course. I signed up for your special course. Well, my, quite brave of you considering how cold it is. Young people could be so reckless with their health. Don't blame me if you become one with those you channel. Wahaha ho ho ho. Sister Bikini scared you with what she said, didn't she? And because it was you who introduced Hazakura Temple to Maya... Oh, change hands. To Maya in the first place, you felt responsible, didn't you? Thinking about what could have happened to Mystic Maya made me more and more worried. I couldn't sit still at all. That's why I decided to go and find out how she was doing at the inner temple. Then we're clear now that you went to the inner temple that night, Pearls. What's not clear is what happened after that. But what time was it when you headed over to the inner temple? It was probably around 9:30 when I left the main hall. I heard the real training was supposed to start at 10. Right, there's your stretches. I did the stretches. How are you today, Warted? I wanted to get there before it started, but there was so much snow, so I didn't get there until after 10. He could have just stuck with fucking Pearly. I don't get why he didn't stick with Pearly. Pearly is a cute name for a little girl. Until after 10, how did you know... Until after 10, how did you know what time it was? Because I heard the bell ring for lights out. She heard the lights out bell. The Hazakura Temple bell's pretty small though, isn't it? You must have really good hearing. I was really trying to pick up the sound of that bell, that's all. I didn't want to miss it. That would be terrible. She's trying to hear the bell. Tell me, Pearls, why were you so worried about hearing the bell? Huh? Oh, I think I know why. The reason you were so worried about that bell was because of this. Was it because of... Yeah, as soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her. That. You were given some instructions to follow for that night, weren't you? I presume you recognized these pieces of paper. Ah! But where did you... In the incinerator at the inner temple. Pearls. You were following the instructions in this letter that night, weren't you? That's why you couldn't afford to miss the sound of the lights out bell. I'm speechless, Mr. Nick. You're amazing. These instructions that were found in the incinerator, I believe they were written for you, Pearls. For me, no. As you can see, a large portion has been burned. But the last section is still fairly legible. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Who was it, Pearls? Whose spirit were you supposed to be channeling? Ugh. Taking into account the author of the note and their purpose for writing it, whose spirit would Pearls have been trying to channel? Don't overthink it, Phoenix. It's pretty obvious who Pearls is supposed to channel. The person you were trying to channel that night, Pearls, was... Oh, I was going to say, could it be her mum? But her mum's in solitary confinement. Her mum's not dead. It's got to be Dahlia, then. It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? That was the name that was in the letter. Ah, I feel like, whilst I agree it's a shit incinerator, it's meant to be a throwback to the mission where you meet her, because you find a lot of the, well, some of the evidence to that case in an incinerator, in a temple. And it's all about the phase. Blah, 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 blah. You know? It's kind of a throwback, I think. I think Warted could probably correct me on that, but I feel like it's meant to be like a throwback to that. It made sense, though, I think, in that case, because if I remember correctly, they didn't have enough time to burn it, and someone turned off the fire, and one of the things might have been metallic? Possibly? Doesn't really with the paper. That's how I read it, yeah. Ah! It's just as I suspected. It wasn't Iris who Sister Bikini met at the inner temple that night. It was Dahlia Hawthorne. Do you know anything about her, Pearls? Do you know what kind of a woman Dahlia Hawthorne was? No. Yeah, fabric and metal not incinerated. See, I remember some things, Warted. I've never heard of anyone by that name before reading those instructions. I thought so. Pearls doesn't have a clue. She doesn't know that Dahlia is her sister. Your rage still stands. Oh, I know. But because you said you didn't remember the case where we met her, I thought I'd let you know that it is meant to be a throwback to that case. About the instructions in the letter I found, Pearls. Who wrote them? Whoever was asked you to channel the spirit of someone you'd never heard of. You must have quite a lot of respect for them. After all, you followed their instructions without question. So here's my next question. Who wrote the set of instructions for you to follow? Oh. It's not gonna be Maya. I don't think Bikini has anything to do with this. Bikini's wonderful. I feel like Misty Faye died trying to stop Dahlia. And I don't think Iris is actually evil. It's not gonna be Larry. He would have blackmailed her and told him she'd marry him. It's definitely not Francisca or Edgeworth. It can't be... Is it her mom? It can't be Maya. It can't be Mia. It's not gonna be Pearls herself. Not gonna be Goddit. Could be Goddit. It's not gonna be Goddit. It's not gonna be Gumshoe. I have faith that it's not gonna be Bikini. I think Misty was trying to stop this. I don't think Iris is evil. It's not gonna be Larry. Can't be her because she was in Germany. Can't be him because he wasn't in Japan. And it can't be Dahlia because she's dead. So it has to be Morgan. Makes sense, I guess. It's meant to lean you towards Misty. Yo, Tony, how's it going? How's work? I feel like it's meant to, like, put you off. But... Misty wouldn't do that. Like, you... I'm going to go with her mum. Because her mum's still alive. These are both of her daughters. Pearl, or all three of them are her daughters. Pearls loves and respects her. I don't see... I feel like Misty, as I said, died trying to stop it. And I don't feel like Misty would have asked Pearls... For a start, Misty doesn't even know that Pearls can read. Pearls told Misty she can't read. Pearls was meant to be going to Misty's room to learn how to read. Pearls said she couldn't read, so Misty wouldn't give her a letter. And, plus, they were meant to meet up in the evening, right? Like, Pearls was meant to go to her room and never did. That's the only reason Misty wasn't in her room as well. Or Morgan... Well, that's what I'm going for, is that Morgan used Pearls to kill Misty. Because there's no reason anyone else would have to do it other than Morgan. And the only other person that knows that Dahlia and Iris and Pearls are siblings is Morgan. Morgan is the only one that knows that. You know who it is? I know who it is. It's Morgan. I feel like too often I just kind of go with my gut and I don't tell people how I figure things out. So I'm trying, at least for the last stream, to try to show you how I've worked things out. Because I feel I sit here in silence too often. Also, I can't sit in silence, because if I sit here in silence today, I might black out. And that's not going to be good for anyone. Work is sort of okay? Oh no, that sucks. I'm happy it's sort of okay. Pearls, I have to wonder about something. You didn't have any idea what these instructions meant, did you? Badump. But you followed them to the letter regardless. Why? Because it was your own mother who asked you, that's why. How did you? I figured it out. The person who wrote you this letter was your own mother, Morgan Faye. What? Oh my god, I felt like I was going to throw up then for a second. James has started nitpicking everything for no reason. Fair. I can see that. I can see that. He used to nitpick everything for no reason anyway. What I want to really know, has Ben Warren got better in the bakery? Alright, Pearls, it's time you started telling me the truth. Mr. Nick, why is she holding back from me? I don't like this. Don't underestimate me just because I'm a child, huh? If you're trying to say I followed these instructions, I'd like to see some proof. What? Because I don't think you have any. She'd say anything rather than admit to carrying out these instructions. I guess I'll have to produce some more evidence then. One more thing should I do. Alright, Charles. We both know someone carried out these instructions on the night of the murder. But you're right, there's no evidence that proves it was you. I knew it. However, I do know that whoever did it was a child. Huh? How do you know that? It couldn't have been an adult. No adult would have made a simple mistake like that. Simple mistake? What do you mean by that? I'm sure you thought you were carefully following the instructions you'd been given, but you misunderstood some of the words, and this is the evidence that proves it. Altruist vibe? Oof. He's doing non-food more now? That's fair. Right, I gotta start talking. Right. What words are in the thing? Let me read the thing. As soon as you hear the lights up, you must channel her spirit. Leave everything up to her. Here's a picture of her. Use it when you channel her. I know you can do it. Gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades and bring out It's cause she threw gravy. It's cause she's thrown gravy over it. Oh my god. It was you who splattered gravy on this hanging scroll, wasn't it? Ah! What? Why would I do something like that? Do you remember what was written in that letter? Gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition. But you didn't know how to read the words gravely and roast, among others, right? How do you know? Oh, because she asked Misty to read that to her. Remember the conversation you had with Miss Dolan on the night of the murder? Perhaps we can read some books together. But really, I'd love to. I'm not very good at reading. Well then, would you like to practice reading with me? Miss Elise, so for example, how do you read this? It says gravely. That's kind of a tough word. Sure, Miss Dolan taught you how to read gravely and roast, but what she didn't teach you was what gravely meant. It's what they meant. Gravely sounded like gravy to me, and the only roast I could think of was the food. And that's why you did it. That's why you covered the picture of the master in gravy from the night's pot roast. Oh my god! This child, I love her. That is so cute. It's so sad, but it's so cute. I love her. To be honest, I did think it was a bit strange. I guess I really did get the wrong idea. Just a tiny bit. I really am useless. I couldn't even burn a letter properly as my mother had asked of me. Such a simple thing and I couldn't even do it right. Oh, Carls. Your mum is evil. After dinner that night, I did go to the inner temple with a pot full of the leftover gravy. The gravy? I saw the picture on the hanging scroll near the sacred cavern. I was sure it was the master of Quran, like it said in the letter. I see, and then? Well, it was already way past 10 when I got there because of all the snow. So I went to the inner temple guest area. The guest area? Yes, I thought I could wait there until the training was over. Why didn't you just go to the training hall? Because Mystic Maya's main training had already started and I couldn't interrupt it. So I just stayed where I was and prayed for it to get through it. But then, Pearls, did you fall asleep? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I just couldn't help it. Hey, don't worry about it, Pearl. Who cares if you fell asleep? I fell asleep waiting for Iris too. It happens. Anyway, then you found yourself trapped at the inner temple. Yes, when I woke up, it was morning. I tried not to cry, but Dusky Bridge wasn't there anymore, and there was no one in the training hall. I mean, Dusky Bridge was there. Dusky Bridge did not break. It is still there. It's just unusable. I thought everyone had left me behind. There. I thought everyone had left me because I overslept. Like, literally, we can see the bridge in the background. I threw the letter into the incinerator, then I heated up the leftover gravy and let off some steam by chucking the gravy on the scroll where you cried. Oh, Pearls. It must have been pretty scary for you, Pearl. I know what it's like. Nick used to leave me behind when I fell asleep at school too. Don't equate something so trivial with experience, Larry. It was written right in my mother's letter. It said, as soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. I was on my way over to the inner temple when I heard the bell ring. So you channeled Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit? No. I tried, but I couldn't do it. You couldn't do it? I've never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened. I tried and I tried and I tried. Yesterday, this morning, the whole time. I just couldn't do it. Don't let it get you down, Pearl. It'll all work out. If you want, I'll come flying through the sky for you. Whoosh, just like that. So she never managed to channel the spirit. Is that why you think your spiritual powers are gone? Yes, I don't know what to do. Isn't there any other explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit? I suppose there's one other possibility. It's not very likely, though. Could you please tell me what it is, anyway? It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit. Someone else? What do you mean? Well, there's only one of each spirit, right? Yep, it's like dating a girl, Nick. You can't see a hot chick if she's already taken. Then, that would mean on the night of the murder, someone else channels the spirit before Pearls could. Someone else channeled the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne. I'm a failure. I couldn't even grant my mother's final wish. Her final wish? Yes, this letter. This is my last wish, she said. So make sure you follow the instructions carefully. This letter. I definitely need to find out more about it. My mother has gone to a place called the penitentiary. Yeah, I know, Pearls. I visit her every month, and last month she told me. The time we've been waiting for has come, Pearl. There's something I need you to do for me. I hid a letter for you at your home before they brought me here. I want you to read it and do exactly what it says. It's for the good of the Fade clan, my angel. You'll be doing a great thing. Now, listen carefully, and I'll tell you where the letter's hidden. My mother is always nice to me. I love her very much. Yeah, mums would do anything for their kids, right? She said it was for the good of the Fade clan, so I knew I had to help her. I mean, Mystic Maya's part of the Fade clan, so it had to be good for her, too. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Nick? I guess so, yeah. We let Pearl go to the prison. I mean, we don't actually look after Pearl. Pearl was looked after by the clan. She still technically lives in the village with the clan. She just comes to the office with Maya because she likes us. We're not like her guardians or anything. She's looked after by the people in the village still. She just shows up so that we've got Pearl in the cases, basically. We have the power to stop that. Thick. Since when has Phoenix Wright ever done anything grown up? All of the adults in this game are fucking idiots. I guess so, yeah. Oh god, I took my headphones off for 2 seconds and managed to turn the sound off. There was a picture with her letter too. A picture of Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. Usually a picture is enough to channel someone's spirit, but this time... Pretty weird, huh? Like Larry knows anything about this stuff. There's something else that was strange about my mother's letter. The seal on it was broken, as if someone had already opened it once before. That sure is pretty strange. Someone had opened it already? Thanks, Pearls. You really helped me out. You're very welcome. My mother is watching over us, so I'm sure Mystic Maya will be alright. Look at that innocent smile on her face. What am I supposed to say to her? Ha! My husband. Finally figured it out, have you, Trite? You finally realised how terrible of a crime being painfully obvious is. Oblivious is, even, not obvious. Got it. The entrance to the sacred cavern looks like a freaking puzzle workshop. I guess he's talking about Iris and the lock-breaking effort. But it's all a waste of time. Why do you say that? Because Maya Fey isn't coming back. What? You don't know what you're talking about. How can you say something like that? It was your job to protect her, Trite. Just like it was your job to protect Mia Fey. Two sisters caught up in the worst circumstances. I realised that, but... And you were the only one who was by their sides. You were the only one who could have saved them. But I didn't know anything about what was going on. Ha! What did I just say, Trite? Being oblivious is a heinous crime in itself. Tomorrow. We'll settle everything in court tomorrow, once and for all. Mr. Nick, is what that man just said true? It'll be alright, Pearls. I'm sure Maya's alive. You'll see for yourself tomorrow. Yeah, that's right. I know I can trust you, Mr. Nick. Don't trust us, Pearls. My dear Pearl. You've done so well, my child, my Pearl. It's better that you don't know what you've done. I knew this day would come for you. The blood of the main family is no more. Now finally, after all this time, the master seat is yours. My last great wish. It seems I was just in time. She reminds me of my niece. None of my nieces were that cute. Two of them are psychopaths. One of them technically isn't my niece. And the other one is Cordelia. So, you know. February 10th, 9:39 AM, District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 1. Good morning. Oh, are you by yourself? Morning, Pearls. Mr. Nick, please tell me, what's gonna happen to Mystic Maya? I'm sorry, we don't know yet. The investigation is still going on, so I wasn't allowed into the inner temple. Oh, I see. So is Sister Iris still trying to remove those trick locks in the training hall? No, she's a defendant in this case, so she can't be at the inner temple. She's required to be here in court. Then how come she's not here in the defendant's lobby? I have to admit, it's kind of strange. If you're looking for Iris, she's in the prosecutor's lobby. Edgeworth? What's Iris doing over there? She's going over today's testimony with the prosecutor as we speak. Today's testimony? You heard me. Iris is going to be testifying as a witness for the prosecution. Wait, what? The prosecutor is squeezing her for a confession, or so I heard. Franziska von Karma, what are you up to? I know what you're thinking, but Franziska isn't going to be the prosecutor today. We know she's not! Like, God literally just said he's gonna settle in court. What? Then who is? Who else would it be but Got It? Got It? Franziska is enraged. Franziska is engaged in some important work at the Sacred Cavern. The Sacred Cavern? You don't mean that she's... Exactly. She's been out there all night, trying to remove those trick locks. With the head nun's assistance, naturally. She's always enraged. To be fair, she is always enraged. That is absolutely a thing she will be. I'm already in red. Why is OBS already springing up red? I cannot deal with OBS having problems. I hope everything continues to go smoothly and receive some good news soon. Yeah, thanks, Edgeworth. Prosecutor Goddard intends to nail this case shut today. Be prepared to fight like there's no tomorrow. You don't have to tell me that. Touché. I can already see it in your eyes. You're not the same fever-ridden, frantic maniac you were yesterday. It's strange. On the way here, I decided that today would be the end of all this. Almost immediately after I made the decision, I felt myself getting stronger. Interesting. Maybe you've passed your cold into someone else, literally. And with that, I leave the rest in your capable hands, partner. Thanks. I still don't have answers for most of the riddles plaguing this case. The circumstances around the murder of Miss Elise Dolan, Miss Misty Faye, the impossible flight Larry claims to have seen, and what that woman is really after. Hey, Dogma, I will solve them all and bring this whole tragedy to an end. Hopefully. Court is now in session for the trial of Iris of Hazakura Temple. Your Honor? What are you? Who? Me? Well, my little brother came to visit me in my chambers earlier this morning. All of a sudden, in a blink of an eye, he developed a scorching fever and fainted. Therefore, I'll be standing in for him. I see, Your Honor. So they're brothers. That explains a lot. Wait, does that mean this judge is also Canadian? Fake Canadian. Hugs to streamer in chat. Hugs to you too, Dogma. Sorry, I'm stressing out about OBS now. I see, Your Honor, so they're brothers. That explains a lot. My poor brother, he looked a bit pale. Not to mention, sad that he couldn't be here. Coffee count! That's coffee number 1. We've got 17 coffees, guys. It's impossible to predict what the future has in store for any of us. Stream's fine here too. Let me know if anything goes wrong. Other than if it disconnects. I'll know it disconnects before you guys know it disconnects. But if you get like a lot of buffering and stuff, let me know. I need to know today. But, as always, this is why we have a PC fund going on, because my PC can no longer run apparently a visual novel, Discord, and a fucking OBS all at once. Smile. I mean, it can't run anything. But with the help of the lovely people in the chat, I should be on my way to getting a new PC soon. TM. Soon. But yes, any donations to the PC fund are loved, appreciated. Yo, Annakumaa, how's it going? And then hopefully OBS will not die anymore. This is precisely why people feel they need to judge the past, and we of the court have been charged with the solemn duty of passing such judgment. Well said, Mr. Goddard. I understood exactly what you said, at least up until the end anyway. Now then, Mr. Goddard, please proceed with the opening statement. Humans are fragile, fickle beings. Our hearts change with the shifting of the tides. There's only one thing that remains a constant in this crazy world. The bitter darkness that lies at the bottom of this mug. So then, you mean... forget it. What do you mean? During yesterday's trial, the accused refused to admit her role in the crime, but today she has had a change of heart. Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple has a confession to make. Confession? The defendant? Iris, why didn't she discuss this with me first? Very well. This court will now hear the defendant's confession. I'm happy we've got this judge back. I like this judge. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules. My name is Iris. I am but a simple nun undergoing training at Hazakura Temple. Witness, is there something that you want to confess? Yes. But first, I want to apologize to Mr. Wright. I can't continue lying to everyone anymore. It's alright. What is it? Mr. Wright, I have to admit that I did play a part in this terrible incident. Are you actually confessing? Are you saying that you were the one who murdered Miss Elise Donim? No, I'm not, Your Honor. But I dealt with the cover-up after the murder took place. After her spirit left, I took the lifeless shell of Mystic Elise and carried it to the Hazakura Temple courtyard where I desecrated it. What? Trying to push my PC by having you on in the background while playing dumb horse game? Oh no, I'm happy you're enjoying that horse game. It seems really interesting. I used to have a Barbie game on the PC when I was a kid. I know, like, you can get it, like, it came out on the PlayStation and stuff and was really bad. But the PC version was really fun, and I fucking love the PC version. This judge is a laugh considering he looks like he tries to figure out the difference between potatoes and onions in his spare time. It's really not as fun to do races with friends, fair enough. That might be the last time you get to say that for a long time, Dogma. Order in the court. Order. What, witness? Are you saying you're an accomplice to the murder? Yes, that's correct. What? Well, I mean, you can say it anyway. You say it in every stream. But I meant, it's the last time you'll be able to say it to the judge in question for a while. 3 minutes in court, and I'm already covered in a cold sweat. Coffee number 2, guys. Coffee number 2. Ha! Everyone on the planet is an accomplice to something. It just happens to be that in this case, it's to murder. Isn't that right, Mr. Trite? Grr, that got it. So this is the confession they were conferring about. It pains me to say this, but it looks like Iris's testimony was all a lie. Iris's testimony crumpled up and shoved into a pocket. Now then, little lady, if you don't mind, I've got a question for you. Whose crime were you trying to cover up by your actions? Iris was covering for someone. Ugh, now I'm definitely up the creek without a paddle, or a life jacket. I've been at Hazakura Temple ever since I was a little girl. Hazakura Temple was run by one of the branch families of the current edition. One of our missions is to protect the main family. I'm sorry, but main family? Yes, and that's why I would dirty myself, if need be, to protect her. The daughter of the master of the current channeling technique, Mystic Maya Fey. Huh? I honestly can't wait for the new player characters this year. I want to be a guy so bad. Fair, fair. Good luck with your horse quests. Enjoy them. Like the sheet did it all on its own. Don't your testimonies crumple up in front of your eyes, Fake? Wake up and smell the coffee, Trite. She's naming Maya? Yo, Candle! What a fucking top 3 in F1 yesterday, right? My all-Spanish trilogy of lovelies. I was so happy to see the 3 of them get 1, 2, and 3. I don't care that it was because Charles crashed and no one got their final lap in. That's my kind of 1, 2, 3. The only affidavit I signed went back to my dad, so I have no idea. It wasn't even allowed in court. I remember you saying Leclerc was man of the match. He really was. It rained overnight as well in Miami, so the track's gone back to being green as well. All the rubber's been washed away. Order in the court. So not only did you witness the murder, you know the name of the murderer? I'm terribly sorry, but it's true. I saw her commit the crime with my very own eyes. And then I cleaned up the area to try to protect her. That's ridiculous. Maya could never do such a... The defense will refrain from commenting until the appropriate time. Now witness, let's hear your testimony. What exactly happened on the night of the crime? Yes, Your Honor. I thought I was prepared for the unexpected, but I never imagined the case would wind up going in this direction. You know, in reality, if you've had one of your testimonies thrown out because you were lying so much, you know, like, they wouldn't let you have a second testimony. They'd be like, you are just not, you know, trustworthy. Therefore, fuck off. Get out. No one cares. Go pretend you know what you're talking about elsewhere. The real murderer. I went to the inner temple that night, and I saw it all happen in the garden. I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff. While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved in to deliver a fatal strike. Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. It was only in self-defense. You can't blame her for it. So, it was in self-defense. Yes, Mystic Elise was the one who attacked first. That's why I tried my best to protect Mystic Maya. You moved the victim's body to the temple so that Maya wouldn't be suspected. Isn't that right? Not bad. You've got the instincts of a true criminal. Something's not quite right. I'm sure it was established yesterday that Iris never went to the inner temple that night, and that the person who did go was that woman. Iris even admitted it. Now then, Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination. There's a couple things. The wall outside, or the wall next to the building that had the ladder next to it, was 10 foot high as well. I still think some shenanigan happened and the bruises came from flying across the bridge, to be honest. Oh, sorry. I'm burping now. I had some rice, so I had, like, packets of microwave savory rice. The Uncle Ben stuff. It hasn't settled well. I went to the inner temple that night. Right, I don't need to read this. Why am I reading this? I know how to do cases. I've done enough of them. Oh, wait a minute, guys. My mum's phoning me. Give me a sec. Hello? Okay, I'm back. Sister Iris, your testimony has changed quite a bit since yesterday. You stated yesterday that on the night of the murder, you didn't go to the inner temple.
Objection.
Did she now? Too bad for you that she said yesterday doesn't mean much today. By the way, where were you when she claimed that she didn't go? It was in the inner temple's training hall. A private conversation between the two of you does not constitute testimony. That would be properly described as heresy. Or hearsay, not heresy. Did she hear you? No, I didn't read your comment until after I got off the phone. Huh, what do you have to say, witness? I just couldn't tell him the truth at that time. Mystic Maya, she's your girlfriend, isn't she? Heresy! I didn't want to be... Dame? My mum isn't a dame, Fig, and neither are you. You will never be a dame. I didn't want to be the one to break it to you that I saw her commit murder. There. We all understand how difficult this is for you. Now then, let's continue with the testimony. What did you witness in the temple garden? Well, Your Honor.
Hold it.
You're saying that the victim attacked Miss Faye? Yes, it was a truly frightening scene. Mystic Maya was struck hard in the head and looked like she was going to collapse. I don't think you're a dame. I think you're just a lady. It might be a dame as well. But I'm pretty sure it's just a lady. I've been semi-thinking about getting that for whoever hits 100 subs first. Buying them a plot of land in Scotland to make them a lord or a lady. I've been half thinking about it. Mystic Maya was struck hard in the head and looked like she was going to collapse. What were you doing at the time? Why didn't you stop them from fighting? I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Wright. I was frightened. I couldn't move. I couldn't even speak. I was in such shock. That's perfectly understandable, my dear. This doesn't sound right. I don't believe this testimony for a minute. What happened after that? She moved in to deliver a fatal strike. Yes, I'm sure of it. She threw down the staff and reached into her robe for a weapon. Wait a minute. What was this weapon? It was some kind of dagger. A dagger? Huh. And Elise Donim tried to stab her with this weapon to kill Miss Faye. Yes, exactly. Ha! You look like I did after I mistakenly took a swig of what, I can't say it. I hate it. Worcester sauce. Worcestershire sauce. Fucking hate I hate that word. I hate that like half the people in the world can't fucking say it either. Do you have a problem with the testimony we're hearing from your client, lawyer boy? Do I have a problem with Iris's testimony? No one likes that word? Oh, so, the guy who plays the werewolf, is it Tyler Laudnam? The guy from Twilight. Worcester. That's it, Worcester. The guy from Twilight, he was in a TV show with Greg Davies called Cuckoo. I know, this is like possibly the weirdest duo I've ever seen. The kid from fucking Twilight that played the werewolf and Greg fucking Davis, a giant fucking comedian in the UK. They were in this comedy called Cuckoo, and they did some like behind the scenes stuff where Cuckoo was amazing. Have you seen it? I haven't actually seen it. Tyler Lautner, I knew it was something like that. Greg Davies is amazing. I fucking love him. I love how he's just as sarcastic and as much of an asshole in some of his interviews, but then he did like this behind the scenes stuff with Tyler Lautner, and one of the big things they did was making Taylor even say English words, like really difficult English words. It was the most adorable thing. Greg Davies, I fucking love him. By the way, Greg Davies really is as tall as he seems. My aunt, who's like 5 foot, maybe not even 5 foot, met him, and she looked like a fucking dwarf next to a giant. And they got married, and one of them took the other's name. I always remember Taylor Lautner because he dated Taylor Swift, and if they got married... Alright, I was like, I'm sure they didn't get married. I read that wrong. And if they got married, one of them took the other's name, they'd have the same name. Taylor. Yep. I have nothing else to say to that, but yep. Do I have a problem with Iris's testimony? Yes, because I know what the weapon is, don't I? I have nothing more. It was a very interesting comment, Vic. I was trying to think of something smart to say. As I said, my brain is not working today. I've been disassociating really badly. I'm just like not with it really. So if you're not getting the usual kind of, you know, interactions from me, it's because my brain isn't here. Lautner Swift, exactly worded. Most of the characters come from the characters he plays, but he's just an amazing way of finding comedy in any situation. Oh yeah, I know. He's like the sweetest man in the world. He's like such a big, cuddly, you know, sweet guy. But I love the fact that he keeps that crankiness in interviews as well. Because it's so British as well. It's so very, very British. And I just love it. He's like... my favorite one. Because like he reminds me so much of Rick Mail. And he got Rick Mail in... What show was it? Wasn't Rick Mail his dad in something? Oh, what show was that? It was one of the last things that Rick Mail did. And I remember watching the interview with Greg Davies talking about getting him. And it was just like, it was the most Greg Davies, Rick Mail conversation he was describing. I need to find that now. I need to find it. We need to watch that. YouTube. Rick Davis, Rick Mail. I don't know if I can find the actual one I was thinking of. There's literally a video here called Ryan Gosling Can't Cope with Greg Davies' Ridiculous Story. I love him so much. Have you seen Richard Head? No, I haven't. Is this it?
You have fame as Mr. Gilbert, a teacher in the dreams. Yes. And now, nothing but versatile. Nothing but versatile.
Right, there's no point in trying to look at that anyway. I'll find it later. Your Honor, I have a small problem with the witness's testimony. You do? But this witness is your own client. Yes, well, nevertheless, that's fine. Witness, let's add your last statement to the testimony. Yes, sir. Hey, just a moment. It's my job to say that. Listen, Gramps, I won't say it again. Final judgment will be rendered by me. Ugh. Okay, now, let's continue. She threw her staff away and pulled a dagger from inside her robe, but we know it's not, we know it's not that, because it's this. I do like to push every statement, though. She threw her staff away. Mystic Elise was trying to kill Mystic Maya. I think that's why she wanted a more lethal weapon. It's true. It's not easy to inflict a deadly blow with a staff. Sister Iris, let me make sure I've got this straight. The victim herself chose to throw away her staff. Yes, that's what I saw. Is there anything odd about that, Mr. Wright? Yeah, it's odd, alright. Mystic Elise attacked Mystic Maya with the dagger, I'm sure of this. And then, Mystic Maya, she turned things around, and then she used the weapon she had taken and lunged forward for a strike. But witness, are you absolutely certain? Yes, but believe me, she had no choice. If Mystic Maya hadn't done something, Maya Faye's name would have been written on this autopsy report instead. Yes, I see. This is bad. I still can't put the pieces together. Unless I find a contradiction in her testimony, Maya's gonna get blamed for this. I only have this to say. Right, so I know what it is. I just like to avoid the whole spiritual thing if I can. It only would have been admissible as evidence. Oh, wait a minute, there was another thing. Right. I fucked up. First, I need to pick her testimony apart on any... Anna, brain, please, work. First, I need to pick her testimony apart and expose the unnatural-sounding parts. I don't know why Irish would tell a story like this, but there are two things I noticed that just don't add up. Right, I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. She threw her staff away. No, she did not. You are lying.
Objection!
Sister Iris, there's something strange about your version of events. Huh? Miss Donham throwing her staff away makes no sense at all to me. But all you can do with a staff is hit someone. Naturally, you wouldn't know this, Sister Iris, but the victim's staff had a special feature about it. As you can see, it's a sword. Ah! If Elise Donham really had wanted to kill Maya Faye, she wouldn't have needed to use a separate dagger. Not when she already had a beautiful blade in her hands already. True! Well, Sister Iris, what do you have to say? I'm burping up rice. That was an impressive bit of investigating, Trite. I never would have thought there was a sword hidden in that staff. But even so, how should I put this? A long sword is unwieldy and thus quite ineffective in close quarters combat. Maybe that's why she chose a dagger over her blade. Well... Anyway, the type of weapon she chose to use isn't what's important. The important thing is that she tried to kill Maya Faye. As long as there's nothing strange about that, there's no problem with her testimony. But there is something strange about this whole testimony. Well, Mr. Wright, the prosecution has a point. Very well, Your Honor. The defense will not present evidence to back its argument. But, Mr. Wright? I have here another piece of evidence that shows that this testimony can't be trusted. Because Miss Elise Donham would never have attempted to take the life of Maya Faye. Oh, is this just gonna be like... It's her mum? It's her mum? I mean, it wasn't her staff, and wielding a sword is difficult. No, yeah, but it wasn't. She was saying that Elise had thrown the staff away, and it was Elise's staff. The sword thing, I get. Like, the sword thing is true, but it was actually Elise that was meant to have thrown it away. Little Capnap achievement unlocked. Nice. Oh, yesterday, by the way, guys, I got an achievement for getting all of the jokes about stepladders in the game. Just so you know. Elise Donham would never have attacked Maya Faye. How can you be so sure? Because the victim's real name was not Elise Donham. Her real name was... Misty Faye. Faye? Ah! No, not Misty Faye. Who is this Misty Faye? Is she related to... Misty Faye is the master of the current channeling technique. She is also... the mother of Maya Faye. Are you serious? She might have known it was a sword because it belonged to the temple. I don't think it did belong to the temple. I thought the staff was just Misty's anyway. The one rune is currently playing. I've missed one step ladder joke, and it's the only thing keeping me from the final trophy. Oh no! That fucking sucks. Is it really true, Mr. Wright? Was Elise Donham actually the great Mystic Misty? There's no doubt about it. It looks like Iris had no idea. Alright, give me a second, guys. Apparently I've got lunch. Give me a second. Give me a second. I have a bacon and cheese turnover. Everywhere calls it something different, but the co-op calls it a turnover. I'll take a picture and post it in Discord. I should have got a play. I hate stickers on things. You can see my Coca-Cola socks. Cock socks, exactly, sadly. There you go, there's a picture of it in the chef corner, so you can all be jealous of my turnover. And my cock socks. I can hardly believe it. The idea that she would try to kill her only daughter, one she hasn't seen in 17 years. Perhaps the prosecution can offer some explanation for why she would do such a thing. Ah. Order in court. I've got pastry on the floor. Where's Scooby when I need him to eat stuff off my floor? Upon first hearing the witness' testimony, it seemed natural enough. However, in light of some facts that have just been presented, one, that the victim supposedly threw away a sword during a fight. Did he hear me? He's not here. I said, why isn't he here? Wait a minute. Scooby! Scooby! No, he's not coming up. It's because they've still got food as well down there. One, the victim supposedly threw away a sword during a fight, and two, that the two people battling to the death were mother and daughter, despite the facts being believable and taken on their own. When taken together, the entire story seems difficult to believe. That's four cups of coffee, right? Listen, there's nothing in this world that is impossible, except one little thing. Yes? What is this one little impossible thing? Ha! You still don't get it. You think maybe my beans are under-roasted, but you have no idea, Grandpa. Baby, your beans are not under-roasted. I know, I checked them last night. You have the best roasted beans. Also, fictional, I need to send you a personal picture. Now, don't come too fast to this picture, Vic. It is the hairiest picture I will ever send to you, but also the sexiest picture. Instant cum. It's a fucking beautiful picture. You think maybe my beans are under-roasted, but you have no idea, Gramps. Could you get to your point? I heard this witness's confession this morning. Right, wait a minute, watered. I see that long, and I hear the longing in your heart to see the sexiest hairy photo in the world. So here, have it. Again, don't come too fast. I heard this witness confession this morning, just as I had taken this first sip of my 8th cup of morning coffee. Gonna ruin your health, my friend. Anyway, after hearing this woman's confession, I had a detective who loved to investigate sent to the scene of the crime. Were you here yesterday, Fig, when he was singing to himself? A hairy desk? Oh my god, I forgot about the fucking sexy desks. He would start singing to himself because he was so proud. And then he decided he was going to go off and invest, like, he was going to take the sword and he was going to get the sword sorted out. And then he started singing to himself as he walked away. It was the cutest Gumtree moment in the whole game. And wasn't it meant to be to, like, the tune of, No Woman, No Cry or something? Gumshoe. I forever call him Gumtree. I apologize. Or is it something like no evidence, no crime? Let me just throw my rubbish away. Every case is gonna be airtight, that's it. Right. I've eaten. When's the last time you used a rubber? They probably should have been thrown away a while ago. What? Yeah, I get you meant condom. I don't get what you mean, though. I had a detective who loves to investigate sent to the scene of the crime, and he discovered this little beauty. Is that the dagger that the witness testified to seeing? Obviously, God. I'm sorry, I burped. Your Honor, but do you not notice something else? Now that you mention it, if you look closely, there appears to be blood on it. Fucking gumshoe. Where did you find that? I didn't see that when I was... Also, I'm gonna slur and I'm gonna get things wrong today. I apologize for that as well. In advance, I apologize. I said rubbish! I said rubbish! Jesus fucking Christ, Vic. I know I sent you the sexiest photo in the whole world. That doesn't mean your brain can be in the gutter still. Get it out of the gutter, alright? I didn't see that when I investigated the crime scene. Do you investigate the pine tree at the crime scene? Huh? The pine tree? The dagger was stuck in the backside of the pine tree when the last blow was struck, ending the violent battle between the two women. This little baby was thrown in the direction of the back of the pine tree, which means the blood on this dagger belongs to the victim, correct? Ha! Were you even listening, old man? I first heard this confession this morning, just as I had taken the first sip of my 13th cup of coffee. Didn't you say it was your 8th just a few minutes ago? I didn't have enough time to get the blood analysed on such short notice. In any case, the court will accept the dagger as evidence. Why? You don't know if it's the right blood! Furthermore, I ordered that a blood test be performed on Amina. Thank you, Judge. This is my sweetheart. Make sure you treat her right. That happens? No, it doesn't, to be fair. Bailiff, get this piece of evidence to the crime lab for testing immediately. Now then, the testimony we've just heard had numerous unbelievable aspects to it. However, after having found the very dagger the witness spoke of, I believe we can now consider her testimony to be credible. 5. Cute girls never lie, ever. Or how many you guys are keeping count? Another coffee! In any case, witness, if you could please testify again to this court. About what, Your Honor? About the incident you saw. The battle between the two women. Yes, Your Honor. Oh, chimkin? Nice. I want some chimkin. The battle. Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with the staff, but then she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon. Suddenly, Mystic Elise was the one on the defensive with her back to the stone lantern. Not only did she do murder, Vic, she also poisoned him. Like, sometimes the mental hoops these prosecutors go through. That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed. That was a very heartbreaking story. I don't know if there were any bad feelings between them, but it had been 17 years since Mystic Misty's disappearance. Perhaps they simply didn't recognize each other anymore. That seems reasonable. That actually is reasonable. We know that Maya didn't remember her, and Maya would have been, what, 17 years ago? How old is Maya? She would have been like 3? 4? Or is Maya a little older? I thought Maya was like 19. She might be a little older. I could go to the court record. What the fuck am I doing? She was 19, so 17 years. She would have been 2. And I can't remember if Maya ever introduced herself as Maya Fey. Did Pearls introduce herself as Pearl Faye, though? Maybe Elise thought that Pearl was, like, her granddaughter or something. Oh, I guess Elise probably would have kept up to date and known about Maya, though. Like, she was the one that disappeared. Maya hasn't disappeared. So she might just know about Maya. That seems reasonable. Now then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. I will do. I will do. Iris, where were you standing when you witnessed all of this? What do you mean? Well, if either of them had noticed you, they might not have continued their battle. I wonder if that's true. The two of them, they were standing near the garden stone lantern. I was watching the whole thing from behind. Oh, good. Someone's taken away Fig's mod badge. Fig is no longer a mod. We are free from the tyranny of fictional. Especially psychic, so we know Misty should have known Maya was her daughter. Yeah. I do feel like Misty would probably know who Maya is. We know that Maya didn't. But Misty, I feel like, should. I was watching the whole thing from behind. It was dark where the two of them were, so everything disappeared. Yeah, it looks like Twitch is having a moment. I think that's why they didn't see me. You haven't had your mod taken away from you, by the way, fictional. If you think I did that, I did not. I think that's why they didn't see me. Your best dad of the year badge has gone too. Aww. Twitch just doesn't want you guys to have pretty things. Imagine Twitch having moments. So it was dark in the garden when the murder took place. Tell me, what did Miss Maya Fey do after she was struck? What happened to the victim's staff then? I'm not sure. The area was very dark, so I really couldn't see. I think it got knocked away somewhere as the fight escalated. That makes sense. That would explain the need for the dagger. Mystic Elise raised the dagger to strike, but Mystic Maya dodged it at the very last second. The dagger struck the lantern and fell to the ground, and then at some point, Mystic Maya picked it up. Nothing sounds especially strange yet. What did the victim do when the weapon was stolen from her? Did Twitch go home, you're drunk? At this point, Twitch is an alcoholic. You're saying that Maya Fey turned the tables on the victim? Yes. But Mystic Maya wasn't herself at the time. After all, her life was in danger. Still can't believe it. The idea of Maya cornering someone at knife point is just silly. Another coffee! As they say, a cornered fox is more dangerous than a jackal. I believe the correct description of a cornered fox is scared and petrified. Your animal analogies have grown tiresome. You're the one who started it. Anyway, so after Maya Fey backed the victim into the stone lantern, what happened next?
Hold it!
Are you absolutely certain that's what you saw? Yes, I'm almost certain. Almost? The garden was dark. I couldn't really tell who was who. What did she just say? So in other words, it could have been someone else entirely. We know that Maya Fey was at the inner temple that night, and that the woman that was killed was Elise Donim. Isn't it fairly obvious who attacked who? Ugh. I don't have anything to counter that yet. Well then, witness, please continue with your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. The two of them faced each other for a moment, then Mystic Maya rushed straight into Mystic Elise, and Mystic Elise doubled over and fell to the ground. So she was stabbed in the stomach, huh? Yes. Wait, no, she was stabbed in the back, wasn't she? Let me get to the end of this. Where did the dagger go? I have no idea. It was dark and I couldn't see. According to the detective who found the dagger, it was stuck into the pine tree in the garden. Most likely it was flung towards the tree after the struggle. That's the most likely explanation, yes. After being stabbed in the stomach, did the victim collapse right away? Now that I think of it, she seemed to stare at Mystic Maya for a while, and Mystic Maya stood there, not moving an inch. It felt for a moment like time had just stopped. But then suddenly, as if the spell had worn off, Mystic Elise fell over. Seems like a reasonable story at first, but there's one thing that is completely impossible. The very idea of Maya stabbing someone, that alone is impossible, which means this faulty testimony must contain another contradiction in it somewhere. No, I didn't mean to do that! Oh my god! Kane, please! Give me the benefit of the fucking doubt sometimes. What one was it? That was when Mystic stabbed Mystic. Threw the knife away, but then she collapsed. It was this one, wasn't it? Suddenly it was on the defense of the back of the stone lantern. That's when Maya stabbed her. But where's the autopsy report? She was stabbed in the back. Something about you just isn't right today, Iris. Huh? Until now, I didn't think you were the type to make such a careless mistake. However, the testimony you just gave contains quite a few contradictions. What do you mean? What's so wrong about my testimony? According to you, Maya Fey stabbed the victim while she had her back to the stone lantern, correct? Yes, that's right. But, in that case, the victim would have been stabbed in the stomach, right? Yes, I think so. But, according to the autopsy report, the cause of death was due to blood loss from a stab wound in her back. Ah! This proves that the victim was stabbed from behind, not from the front. Sister Iris, it appears another seed of doubt has sprouted from your testimony. Ah! What? What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? Another coffee? Ha, it's simple. People are like books. We've all got a front and a back, you get my drift? Is that all you have to say? I can also say that darkness loves to play with the human mind. Not necessarily the victim could have been stabbed with a scythe or a shuttle. Yes, but also no, because she apparently had her back to the lantern, which means they wouldn't have been able to get her from the back with a curved blade, because she had her back to the lantern. Though you are completely correct with that, in any other circumstance. Not to stab holes in your theory, Candle. Can you please knock it off with the cheesy proverbs and illogical metaphors already? The point is, too much of this testimony just doesn't make sense. Throwing away a useful stab, the people fighting being mother and daughter, and now she falsely claims the victim was stabbed in the stomach. There certainly are some inconsistencies. Well, Iris, how about it? Well, it's just... If you ask me, you're just being too naive about the whole thing. Or the lantern stabbed her and managed to escape unscythed? Unscathed, even? You know what? Fuck you, Woody. If you ask me, you're just being too naive about the whole thing. What do you mean? or the stabbed lantern herself while she escaped. There are 253 distinct types of bitterness in coffee, but to pick out each one requires total concentration and the use of all the senses. Were you really concentrating on what this witness actually said? Prosecutor got it. Explain yourself. The witness was quite ambiguous about her own ambiguities when she said that the garden was dark and she couldn't see clearly. A human needs one thing to see clearly, and that is light. Light. There was light, though. By the way, did you know Hazakura has a rule that on nights that an acolyte is in the inner temple training, the stone lantern in the garden must be kept lit. I did wonder what the stone lantern was there for. Well, if that's true, shouldn't the witness have been able to see the crime more clearly? Normally, yes, Your Honor. But according to the head nun, Sister Bikini, on the night of the crime, it was impossible to light that stone lantern. Impossible? It hadn't been used in a long time and the wick was no good. In other words, it had to have been nearly pitch black in the garden that night. There could have been a faint light coming from the training hall, but that's all. Most enlightening. Another coffee! We need lots of things to see clearly, like eyes. Scooby, fictional says hello. She shouted at you earlier and you didn't reply. Do you want to say something? You want to say something to the people? You want to sniff in there? Come here. Come and sniff. Here's the microphone. Come and sniff. Scooby, what's this? What's this? What's this? What's this? You're trying to get away from the microphone? What's this here? What's this here? Go on, give it a sniff. No? He wouldn't sniff it, guys. What about saying hello? What about going woof? You gotta go woof. Go woof. No, he's gonna run down the stairs. He's like, she's gone fucking crazy. I'm leaving. Yes, that illuminating fact has chased all the contradictions away. If the staff was dropped, it would be difficult to see. It also explains why they didn't recognize each other. We can't see the demons that lurk in the night. That's why humans are weak. Isn't that right, Trite? No! Order! Here, Your Honor. Let me present the stone lantern into evidence, not evidence. Maybe it will rekindle the flame of truth in your mind. But we already know that the other lanterns were all lit. Ow. Why is the judge just sitting there with that look on his face? What's wrong, Your Honor? Was that flame too hot? This lantern. There's something written on it. Huh? But why? It's written in blood. Oh boy. So the judge didn't know about that yet. Written in blood? It says Maya upside down. What the? Oh yes, that's right. After being cornered and then stabbed by Mystic Maya, Mystic Elise didn't fall down right away. She must have been writing that on the stone lantern behind her, with the blood that was draining out of her body. That's ridiculous. Alright, the only time that has ever been done well is in Danganronpa, and I'm not saying that because I'm a Danganronpa fan, but the only time it made sense was in Danganronpa. Every other time I've seen that trope in something, it's so ridiculously put in there. Like, genuinely, why would she write it in that way? I hate that. And why would the darkness make Iris think Misty was facing Maya when she wasn't? Yeah, and if we're now going to believe that she was facing forward, facing towards the stone lantern, she wouldn't write it upside down. Alpin said, Danganronpa, I give it a pass, because it was actually quite interesting how they used it. It wasn't, perfect, But, like, it worked with the fact that she was trying to set Leon up. And then, well, she wasn't trying to set Leon up, but, you know. You know. Has somebody written a name with blood? No, it's not. It's really not. It certainly looks that way.
Objection.
Hang on just a minute. What are you talking about? What do you mean, what are we talking about? We're talking about the message written in blood. Nonsense. This lantern is as clear as a whistle. Could it be? He can't see the bloody writing at all? Now that I think of it, he did say something to me yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. So that's what he meant by that. In any case, this is obviously an important clue. We now know that the crime scene was dark, and that the victim scrawled this message on the stone lantern. Well, Mr. Goddard, anything further? But Mr. Goddard? Okay then, let's move on. Goddard is literally shaking, and somehow I don't think it's from caffeine overdose. I believe it has now been established that Miss Donham was killed by Maya Fey. I don't think he could. I think the poison, when he was poisoned, just fucked his eyes. I think he's, like, pretty blind. He was probably told that it was a lantern and doesn't actually, and can't actually really make out what it is. That Miss Donham was killed by Maya Fey. That's just wrong. Now it's time to turn our attention to you. Yes, sir. After the victim died, you did something, didn't you? Let's hear it. We're all ears. After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the current tradition, so I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. Then I used the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple and... I used the sword to alter the way the wound looked. False. False. We learned yesterday the reason there's only really blood in the courtyard is because they didn't take the sword/dagger out of the body until they got to the courtyard. So you moved the body. Yes, I was raised at Hazakura Temple. I owe a great deal of thanks to the Fae clan, but even so, I never imagined that Elise Donham was actually Misty Fae. I've committed a terrible sin. A terrible trick of fate. I believe you're looking for a twist of fate, Your Honor. I intended to return to the inner temple after taking care of the body, but you were spotted by the head nun, correct? Yes, and that's why I couldn't go back. Your story makes sense, I suppose. Mr. Wright, go ahead with your cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Sister Iris's cover-up. So you waited until everything was over before making a move? No, it's not like that. She saw someone murdered right in front of her eyes. It's not surprising that she was a little timid. Yes, I suppose that's true. Sometimes when I'm watching lawyers argue back and forth with each other, I feel so helpless that I just sit quietly and wait for them to reach a conclusion. Isn't it your job as a judge to meditate the argument? It wasn't until Mystic Maya saw me that it finally dawned on her that what she had done. So then, you knew the significance of the name Maya Fey. Yes, of course I did. That's odd. I mean, Sister Bikini didn't recognize Maya's name, let alone her position. Anyway, she was a very special person indeed. Why did you do that? Because I didn't want Mystic Maya to be suspected in any way. I thought the best thing would be to remove the body from the crime scene. You moved the body all by yourself. Yes, I did. It would have been impossible if it wasn't for the snow. The snow, huh? The snow, huh? It's pretty amazing you could make it all the way across that rickety old bridge. It looks worse than it is. It's surprisingly sturdy despite its age. It's like they say, idiots are too stupid to catch even a simple cold. But there's one other thing that bothers me. Why not just throw the body into the Eagle River? It would have been much easier than dragging it all the way to Hazakura Temple. I thought that it would still cast too much suspicion on Mystic Maya. That's why I tried to take the body as far away as possible. Ha! Makes perfect sense to me. For the time being. Anyway, what did you do after you crossed the bridge? It doesn't make any sense. Every time! It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. The snowmobile. I knew that would show up sooner or later. Yes, I had the key. I used the snowmobile to travel from Hazakura Temple to Dusky Bridge. This is the part that was in question the other day. Should I ask for more details? About the tracks, maybe? If you really did move her body by snowmobile, then there should be tracks left in the snow, right? Well, yes, naturally you would expect tracks. This picture was presented at yesterday's trial. Are these the tracks from the ride? Yes, I think they are. But I can only see one set of tracks here. I don't see what's so strange about that. Snow was still falling when I left Hazakura Temple. I see. Snow was still falling, huh? And then when the murder took place, it had already stopped. That's why there's such fresh-looking tracks. How about it, Mr. Wright? What do you think about this testimony? Right. When the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. That doesn't make sense if you stack it up against the other evidence. Your Honor, I'd like the statement Iris just made added to the testimony, but does it have something to do with the case? All will be made clear if you allow her statement to be added to the record. Ha! This should be fun. Also, there's no way you could drag a body across a slate bridge like that. Yeah, especially because the end closest to the temple is also broken. Second catnap, nice. Where's the body track? Yeah, there's no track of the body and there's snow on the other side. Let's get this snow business cleared up, shall we? Yes, sir. The time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. There have been a lot of contradictions in your testimony so far. This time, are you sure it's all true? Yes, I am. When the murder happened, the snow had already stopped. According to you, that's why the snowmobile tracks were so clear. That's right, I'm certain of it. I think I've trapped it this time. I see how you think. Snow, huh? Well, what is going on here? If the snow really had stopped by the time of the murder, it would mean there's a bigger hole in her story than the movie The Great Revelations. Ha! Well then, Mr. Trite, perhaps you'd like to share your theory with us. Let's see what's up your sleeve, or rather, at the end of your index finger. Huh? I don't want to believe it, but I don't think my logic is failing me. Iris is trying to pin the murder on Maya. But why would she want to do that? There's only one reason I can think of. Wait. So, 10, 15, 19, 10 to approximately 11. Oh! The bridge would have already been on fire. But I'm still gonna do this. I'm still gonna push and everything so we get all the dialogue. She waited until everything was over before making a move. No, it's not like that. She saw someone murdered right in front of her eyes. It's not surprising that she was a little timid. Yes, I suppose that's true. Sometimes when I'm watching lawyers argue back and forth... Right, no, this was just the beginning anyway. Alright, no. I do go back. Right, where's my other thing? So I removed the body. Dragged it all the way across Dusky Bridge. Dragged it behind. What one am I going for? This one. Time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. Maybe... By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. That's not what we're contradicting, though. What we're trying to contradict is this one, right? Like, whilst that last statement is a contradiction, it's the fact that she was going across Dusky Bridge. Like, the murder might have happened after the snow stopped. But that doesn't matter, because they couldn't have got across Dusky Bridge because it was on fire, right? That's what I'm going for. You claim that the snow had already stopped when the murder occurred, but I'm sorry, Iris, that just isn't possible. What? This is the weather data from the night of the murder. According to this, the snow didn't stop until 10:50 p.m. But you couldn't have crossed Dusky Bridge at that time. Well, why do you say that? Because 5 minutes before the snow stopped, Dusky Bridge was struck by lightning and had caught on fire. What did you say? That the bridge, it was on fire? You don't mean to say you didn't know about it? It was because of that lightning strike that the bridge burned down. What? But it can't be. It looks like you still haven't figured it out, no matter how hard you try to deceive or conceal the truth. You can't pull the wool over the eyes of a real defense attorney. How does she not know the bridge burnt down? Like, literally, she should know that. Like, even if she didn't see it, she should know that by now. She's literally had to go across the repaired bridge. That shouldn't be news, no. Like, she has literally gone across the bridge as it has been repaired because it was burnt down. No. That's such a dumb thing. Order, order, order. The bridge was already on fire when the incident took place. That's right, the inner temple was already totally cut off from the outside world. There's no way you could have crossed the bridge, body or no body. Witness, even my patience has its limits. Any further lying and I will find you in contempt of court. Do you have anything to say for yourself?
Objection.
The only person here that is truly contemptible is you. Old man. Wow! Throw him out! You think we're at 9 now? I wasn't even looking at the screen properly to see if he just caught another one. Temple Bridge is burning down? Me? How dare you? Whether this witness lied or not doesn't mean squat right now. So, squat? The important thing now is to find out the truth, isn't that right? Yes, of course, but whether it was snowing or not snowing, or whether the bridge was burning or not, there are two facts that can't be disputed. First, the body of Elise Donham was discovered in the Hazakura Temple courtyard, and second, the head nun, Sister Bikini, witnessed Iris desecrating Elise Donham's body. He makes a good point on both accounts. That's right. I'm not lying. What are you claiming this time? I wasn't myself at all that night, so my memory is still somewhat hazy. You have stood at that witness stand and testified this entire time. Are you telling us now that your memory of that night is hazy? It's only human to err. If you're so perfect, Trite, maybe you can explain this for the court. Well, what is it? When the murder happened, the bridge had already burnt down. But somehow the body traveled across the bridge and is found in the temple courtyard. Perhaps you have some kind of perfect explanation for this little magic trick. Well, not exactly, no. I know there must be some other way she got across that burnt out bridge, but unless I can somehow demonstrate it, we'll never know the truth. It looks like the defense is not prepared to offer a suitable explanation. You see what I mean? In other words, you're in no position to suggest that this lady's testimony isn't the truth. Alright then, witness, let's hear your testimony once more. About what, Your Honor? You've admitted that you moved the victim's body. Nevertheless, your prior testimony contained a rather large inconsistency. Please add an explanation for that to your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. Will this be her final testimony? Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body. So I must have just gotten confused, I guess. Was the snow still falling, or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? Or are you saying that there's a way to cross a burning bridge? So it's just a misunderstanding, I see. This is a photo of Dusky Bridge after it burnt down from the lightning blast. It was taken in the morning after the incident. It certainly was burnt to a crisp, and one of the suspension wires even snapped. It's amazing the whole bridge didn't fall. Clearly it would be impossible to carry a corpse across a bridge in this condition. They're not gonna say that she was catapulted across by the fucking wire, are they? Is that what it's gonna be? Unless I do something to discredit this testimony, it's going to be deemed as the truth. And Maya will be accused of murder. Trite. I'm only going to say it one more time. It's only human to err, and only humans can spot the errors of our ways. The more sense he makes, the less sense he makes. Alright, Mr. Wright, please begin your cross-examination. I mean, we fell right through the bridge, we did. And then I gotta be sexy for like an hour. Yes, but if the snow had already stopped when the incident took place, I couldn't have crossed the bridge, naturally. But I think it's just like Mr. Goddard said, the body did make it across somehow. But you seemed to be quite sure of yourself when you gave your testimony. You said you were sure the snow had already stopped. I'm terribly sorry, I was wrong. Does she really think an apology is going to get her off the hook? This is no joke. You're giving sworn testimony in a court of law. Well, Mr. Wright, let me ask you a question. Do you remember what the weather was like 1 week ago today? Huh? Well, naturally, it was, You see, it's not that easy to remember, is it? But if it had been some kind of special day, I would have remembered. For example, it was pouring rain on the day of my elementary school graduation. No one wants to hear about your childhood traumas, Trite. What? He's too vanilla for me. I don't like Phoenix. I don't find Phoenix sexy. He's not evil or maniacal or, you know... I don't know, because in real life, my type is pathetic-looking nerds. But in fantasy, it's this. And Gumshoe. Gumshoe is also wonderful. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. If you insist on obsessing over that one statement, let's see the proof. Show some evidence that the body somehow crossed the bridge while it was on fire. Well, I don't see why there couldn't be a way across. Mr. Wright, don't you think that sounds a bit silly? A dead body crossing a burning bridge. Did anyone actually witness such a thing? Yes! Ha! If it was, I don't think you'd call someone like that as a witness. You did! Yes, and you did! Oh, no, not you. Francesca did. After all, a dream isn't the same as actually seeing something. I've come all this way, so I owe it to everyone to figure this out. But how do you transport a body across a burning bridge? Even if I don't know the exact answer yet, it's okay. I'll start by examining all of my evidence and see where that takes me. I've got to be like a shark. Shark. If I don't keep moving, I'm as good as dead. Would have remembered if it was snowing when I was tracking a dead body across a rickety bridge. I feel like you would remember everything. Like, if you did a murder, or if you had witnessed a murder and was doing something like this, you would remember everything. The fact she didn't even know the bridge burnt down. Like, come on. Where's the sketch? Here we go. A dead body flying over a burning bridge. I wouldn't exactly rule out the possibility. But what? There's another coffee. Ha, you're saying it's possible? Don't make me laugh. The only thing that's possible about your claim is that it's being pulled out of thin air. I don't know about that. In any case, we have a witness who did see it happen. Poor preposterous. Who is it? Who is this witness? I can't chicken out here. I've got to keep on the attack and go, go, go. Miss Elise Dolan's brilliant and highly gifted apprentice. Larice Dolan. Brilliant, highly gifted apprentice. Remember what he said in his testimony. I remember a lot of what he said in his testimony. I remember it as if I only read it yesterday. The night he was at the Mountain Shack, Heavenly Hall, and that's when he witnessed the event. I think you've all seen the sketch. Oh, wait a minute. I dropped my headphones. I think you've all seen the sketch before. It's an exact drawing of what he witnessed that night. Are you serious? Today's not April Fool's Day, is it? Mr. Wright, are you seriously claiming that the victim flew through the air? And you're using this pathetic scribble to support your argument? Uh-oh. The judge looks like he's about to blow a gasket. Ha! Well, Trite, there's nowhere for you to hide now. Other than looking like it was drawn by a 6-year-old, does this sketch prove anything? Yes, I'm pretty sure it does, and I'm gonna prove it. Listen, I know your tricks. You're trying to turn this whole thing upside down. If you're so eager to turn this case upside down, why not start with the sketch? Upside down? Why did God say that? Oh! Oh, because he's drawn the bridge upside down because he was lying upside down. Or because he's an idiot. Because the support wires are underneath the bridge, not above the bridge. Or both, or both. So it wasn't that she was catapulted above the bridge, it's that she was swung under the bridge. Interesting. Alright then, let's hear the defense's theory. What exactly is the sketch trying to show? I don't think old Whiskerface is going to forgive any more mistakes. Alright, Phoenix, look carefully and think it over. This sketch drawn by Laurice Donim is a complete contradiction, I guess? Exactly what happened. A complete contradiction. Of course the victim was flying through the air. You can see it right there in the sketch. Whoosh! You know, you're starting to remind me of yesterday's witness. What? That was the last thing I wanted to hear. Do you have any evidence that the victim flew through the air? Just so you know, we haven't discovered a giant human catapult at the inner temple yet. I wish they had. Even if you're a lousy lawyer, at least you're 1 cup's worth of entertainment. I think we should skip the penalty this time. There must be some way. I just know it. There must be a way to use Larry's sketch to show the truth of what happened. Oh, do I have to go through all of that again? Fuck. Alright, come on. Complete contradiction. Something is obviously funny about the sketch. I'm no art critic, but even I can see that. No, that's not what you mean. I mean, Your Honor. Laurice Dolan stated it over and over that this sketch was exactly as he saw it. However, if we're to believe this testimony, then the sketch contradicts reality as we know it. It contradicts reality? Ha! This is getting interesting. Looks like you're back to the finger-pointing thing again. Okay, Trite. So what exactly contradicts reality as we know it? It's the wires. As I said, the wires should be at the bottom, right?
Take that!
It's this wire connected to the bridge. The wire? Ha! Is that the thing that contradicts reality? It is indeed. Then show us the reality it supposedly conflicts with. Show us something that will point out how the sketch contradicts reality. That, right? That's a photo of Dusky Bridge, correct? Yes, now compare the sketch and the photo for a minute. In this sketch, the wires appear to be above the guard wires. But on the actual Dusky Bridge, Jumping Jehoshaphat, the wires are below the guard wires. What? He wasted his coffee, guys. Order, order, order. This sketch is somewhat different than what's depicted in the photo. However, isn't it likely that the artist just saw it wrong? Or perhaps he just drew it wrong? Either way, it sounds like you're just wrong. With someone like Laurice, I admit a mistake is a definite possibility. Hydrate? Alright, here you go. Here's the hydrate. Hydrated. With someone like Laurice, I admit a mistake is a definite possibility. But then that begs the question. Why did he make a mistake? What was the reason? Are you saying you know the answer to that? Listen, think back, alright? Remember what Maurice was doing when he witnessed this event? He was at Heavenly Hall waiting for a lover that was never going to come. He waited and waited, and finally he laid down. You like to waste my time with these stupid stretches. Give me a second. Content? It's not when I can't really talk about anything when I'm stretching. Yeah. Stretching the content. Whilst I'm stretching fictional, why don't you tell people why they should donate to the PC fund? Do my job for me and tell people why they should donate to me. Why they should feel sorry for me. Give a heartfelt speech so that we get more jobs. It is the only thing fictional wants. Begins playing the world's smallest violin for ambience. I think she wants mod chop. She does. Actually, what I'm going to quickly do as well. There it is. There was your minute stretch. Let me just plug in my... Let me plug in my mouse, because it's running out of battery. And when I'm using my controller, I can... plug it in. I can plug it in. Alright, donate to Anna because they are an amazing person, make amazing content, and that content will be even better on a new PC. That is true. If you want to watch the mods battle out to make an unforgettable meal bar kicking sim, donate all the pounds. We're only £90 away from spinning the wheel again. I will cut out this moment of the stream with a black screen and just tiny bits of fixed wording down there, and I will make it into everything, into a YouTube short, into a whatchamacallit, a TikTok. We will send it everywhere to try to get more money for the PC fund and mod chopped just for fictional. But then, lightning shoots from the sky and sets the bridge aflame. Now ponder what sort of position Loris must have been in at the time. He was lying on his back, which is why he remembered the scene the way he did. You TikToked your niece last night? Nice. He was lying on his back. I can't see how it relates, but it does, Your Honor. That is the reason why the wires in the sketch go up instead of down. No way. Loris Dolan witnessed the event while he was lying on his back, face up. In other words, the scene that he saw was actually upside down. That was good, alright? I give that one. That is actually really good because it makes it so that Larry isn't such an idiot. He is still an idiot. But like, no, I like that. I like that. So then, this sketch should actually, I think you finally get it, Your Honor. The correct way to view Maurice Donham's sketch, Larry Butt's sketch, is like this. This is how it should actually look. The victim's body wasn't flying above the bridge. It was actually swinging below. That's right. It's just like a pendulum. Ridiculous. Order, order, order. Of all the things to say, a pendulum? The bridge was burning to a crisp. There was no way to get across it. But if the body had been found at the inner temple, it would have caused problems. This is where the criminal decided to take a gamble. They used the burning bridge to get the body across to the other side. And a pendulum was the only way to get it done. Let's think about this for a minute, shall we? Dusky Bridge is about 20 yards long, which means it's about that far from the inner temple to the opposite cliff. Yes, that sounds right. In order to cover that distance with a pendulum, you'd need a rope at least 10 yards long. To get a rope that long, you have to plan ahead. What about a catapult? They didn't find a catapult, Candle. Sadly, they didn't find a catapult. The lightning strike that night could only have been an accident, so it doesn't make sense that the catapult would have prepared the rope before the catapult. Fucking catapult. So it doesn't make sense that the culprit would have prepared the rope beforehand. So then, they didn't have to get the rope ready. The rope was already right in front of them. What? True, true, true. I'm saying it was just a matter of using what was already there. In that case, Mr. Wright, please give us an explanation to support your theory. What makes you think the criminal had the rope on hand to create a pendulum? And the meaning of this is, if you want to know where the rope came from, it's hanging right there in front of your glorious beard. Ah! This is one of the wires from the bridge. When the lightning struck the bridge and set it on fire, one of the suspension wires came loose from its anchor. The criminal didn't have any time to waste, so he tied the wire around Elise Dolan's body. Because there was simply no other way to move the body. Yo, Rat! You're gonna say something dumb again, but that One Piece character looks so tiny in my phone that I thought it was Gojo from Jujutsu Kaisen. Yeah, no, it's Law. It's my boy Law. Because he is the Law. Mr. Goddard. It seems that Mr. Goddard is more focused on this copy than answering my question. It seems that the odds of the rope being readily available were very high, so I suppose that it's not an impossibility after all. You object. Possible or impossible? That's not the question we need to ask. There's only one question. Did that really happen? Right. I wonder if you can prove what happened to us. Do you have any actual evidence that the body was swung like a pendulum? Body fell flat 10 feet after death. I feel like it could be that. Found an outcropping near Dusky Bridge. It could be this as well. I'm gonna try that one first. Before I present my evidence, let me review what we know so far. According to this photo, one of the wires snapped. Looking at the map, we can see it's the one that was in front of the inner temple. So then, this was the spot with the criminal. Yes, precisely. Now let us consider the body's movement by looking at the overhead map again. If the body was pushed from this point here, it would drop at the opposite bank at approximately this point. Did you say drop? Well, they must have failed to catch the body on the other bank. What? What makes you think something like that happened? Because I have evidence to suggest her body dropped some distance. What kind of evidence? Take a look at this autopsy report. It says here that her body fell 10 feet after her death. 10 feet, huh? That's most likely the height difference between the two sides. The body overswung due to the forward momentum, but then came loose and fell about 10 feet. And then as a result of the landing impact, this crystal sphere was knocked loose. That's... Yes, this blood-stained amethyst crystal is the one that came off Miss Elise Dunham's staff. And even more important is the place where the crystal sphere was found. Indeed, I believe it's already marked in this overhead map. The crystal was found... Precisely, Your Honor. In the very spot where the pendulum would arrive if given the right amount of speed. This explains your theory quite well, Mr. Wright. You have provided us with a way the body could have been moved that night. An impressive deduction, Mr. Wright. Most impressive. Mr. Wright. Oh, I love him so much. He can throw coffee at me all he wants. No, he can't, actually. I hate the smell of coffee. It would get on my nerves. I thought this cold coffee might help cool you down. Well, what is the meaning of this, Mr. Goddard? There's another coffee for you. The coffee count goes up. That was a dark and bitter guess that you made, Trite. But you forgot about one thing. Oh, and what would that be? The aroma. Huh? A coffee's most reliable accomplice is its deep and profound aroma. The rest of the court doesn't speak Coffinese. Can you elaborate a bit more? If the criminal has sent the body to the other side like you say, then naturally there must have been an accomplice lying in wait to catch it. An accomplice? The criminal wasn't able to cross Dusky Bridge, so who collected the body? What do you have to say about that, Trite? Mr. Goddard is correct. This can't be the work of a single person. Well, Mr. Wright, you know what you must do. Yes, Your Honor. The body couldn't have made it to Hazakura Temple without an accomplice. Very well then, if you please, Mr. Wright. Who was the person that received the body on the Hazakura Temple side? Right, that's gonna be Iris. It can only be you, Sister Iris. Huh? But I don't see why you're so surprised. The only way to transport the body from Dusky Bridge is by snowmobile. But with her bad back, Sister Bikini could never pick up a body like that. You're the only one that could have managed it. Trite, were you even listening to the witness's testimony? On the night of the crime, this little cutie pie was on cleanup duty in the inner temple garden after the mother-daughter bloodbath. I haven't forgotten, but have you, Mr. Goddard? This witness was also seen at Hazakura Temple, desecrating the corpse of the victim. Strange indeed. It's almost as if, on that night, the defendant was in two different places at the same time. Sister Iris, let me ask you something. Why didn't you mention it when you first gave your testimony? Mention what? The pendulum, of course. Using the sketch drawn by an eyewitness, I have established how the body was moved using the burnt-out bridge, which means it's now a fact that this occurred, something you should have already known. No, I had no idea. I didn't know anything about a pendulum. She also didn't know apparently the bridge burnt down, but the body couldn't have been passed along to the other side without your help, so you should have known about it. In fact, it'd be impossible for you to be clueless about this whole thing. Unless you're not really Iris to begin with. What? How can you say that, Mr. Wright? What kind of nonsense is this? You're saying this witness isn't Iris of Hazakura Temple. Are you serious, Trite? You mean that this woman is? There's no one besides Iris that could have received the corpse that night. Now I get it. Now I know why I've been sick to my stomach this whole trial. Why her whole demeanor changed so suddenly from yesterday, and why she's trying to pin this murder on Maya. The woman that's standing there at the witness stand. Her real name is Dahlia. I nearly pressed Morgan then. I never thought I'd have to utter your name again, let alone see you. It's been a long time. Dahlia Hawthorne. Hawthorne. Sister Iris had a twin sister. And you're looking at her, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. That name rings some bells. Distant bells, but bells nonetheless. Ha, it's just your imagination, Gramps. This file contains all the relevant data about Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh yes, I remember now. That case 5 years ago. My name is Dahlia Hawthorne. I just want to say, it's an honor for me to be here in your noble presence. The honor is all mine. No, the honor is all mine. But, according to this, Dahlia Hawthorne is already dead. It says her execution was carried out last month. So what? Death has no meaning in this courtroom. But what? Even Goddard also meant to be dead. Isn't he also dead? Order, order, order. But wait a moment. How can you? My sister, she's already dead. What kind of... You of all people should already understand. After all, the blood of the master of the current channeling technique flows within that body. The current channeling technique? Now where have I heard that? That's right, you're not Dahlia Hawthorne herself. You're the spirit of Dahlia, currently inhabiting the body of a spirit medium. So is this meant to be Maya then? What an exciting story, exciting but quite impossible. You're asking us to buy that Dahlia Hawthorne just happened to be channeled by someone on the very night of the murder to a temple where her twin sister Iris was. Well, if you're going to put things that way, then yes. Why are all of you people dead? It's more exciting if they're all dead. Wouldn't her hair be red then? Yeah. We're supposed to believe a coincidence like that just happens. Sorry, I've moved closer to my microphone now. If my voice is even louder, I apologize. I've just moved forward. Naturally, it was no coincidence. The whole thing was part of a plan from the very beginning. It's all written right here in these instructions. Ah, what's that? These instructions were written by your mother, Morgan Fay. And part of the plan called for Dahlia Hawthorne to be channeled. That night, there were 2 irises at Hazakura Temple. To 2 of them? Even the time of the channeling was planned out, as soon as you hear the lights out bell. In other words, 10 PM. However, Iris was seen before dinner time. That means the Iris that was at dinner was the real Iris. And the Iris who gave me this hood in the main hall was also the real Iris. Meaning that the Iris Sister Bikini saw at the inner temple was someone else dressed as her, namely one Dahlia Hawthorne. Do you even know what you're saying, Tri? This whole channeling the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne business. Yes, it's true that you found plans to talk about it. However, there's one thing that's perfectly clear. The witness currently standing in the witness stand is the real Iris. What? Meanwhile, the plot twist is everyone's already dead and Phoenix is solving court cases in hell for the rest of his life. I wouldn't put it past the game. Going previous games of cases where the medium is shining, hair color of the host doesn't change, but style does. See Pearl's Mia? Oh yeah, Pearl has lighter hair than Mia, doesn't she? I never noticed that, to be fair, in the case with Pearl and Mia. I have to say I did try to think about what she looked like when Pearl summoned her, but I don't remember that. Calm down, remember what you know about the night of the crime. I guess you couldn't change that much. Like, you can kind of change your body, but like, I mean, you couldn't change your body. What am I talking about? Like, what am I even talking about? A 9-year-old turned into a fucking old woman. Jesus fucking Christ, Anna. Stop trying to put any logic into this. Calm down, remember what you know about the night of the crime. After meeting Sister Bikini, I know, Vic, I know. I figured out that I was talking absolute bollocks. After meeting Sister Bikini, the Dahlia Hawthorne that had been channeled would have been stranded at the inner temple due to the lightning strike. It was later that the body was moved by pendulum. That's right. Naturally, that would mean that Iris that received the body was the real Iris. Are you with me so far? Yes. After being notified of what happened, the police came to Hazakura Temple's main hall. There they found Iris in her room and arrested her. And ever since, she's been under police supervision at the detention center. No, she hasn't. There was an earthquake. There was an earthquake and Miles Edgeworth didn't keep an eye on her. Yes, I suppose. I can't deny any of that. Phew, thank goodness. It looks like he's finally convinced. But something still seems off, way off. I'm still not convinced that the Iris here is the same one from the other night. Ha! I suppose you're about to say something really ridiculous. Like the real Iris and the spirit of Dahlia somehow switched places? Switched places? They did. I'm gonna prove it. To be perfectly honest, there are still quite a few things I don't understand, but I do know that unless we confirm the witness's identity, we can't continue with this trial. Iris doesn't have the spiritual power needed to channel Dahlia, which means they must have switched places somewhere. Well, Mr. Wright, since the time she was arrested at Hazakura Temple, have there been any chances for Iris to switch places with Dahlia Hawthorne? There was one. Your Honor, I think there might have been one chance. Oh, explain yourself. Yesterday, for a few minutes, Iris's whereabouts were unknown. Unknown? What do you mean? What I mean is, there was a span of time of which Iris was able to move about freely, unsupervised. Well, who was it? Who would give a murder suspect time to move about freely like that? I'm sorry, I know you didn't mean to. It wasn't your fault. The person who gave Iris the chance to freely move about was... Boom. This is Mr. Edgeworth, isn't it? Your Honor, there was a fairly large earthquake yesterday, was there not? An earthquake? Earthquake! Oh my goodness, in a temple, this kind of tremor might... How could I have? She fled. She escaped. We went to the inner temple right away. And it's true, Iris was already there. However, they had already switched places by that point in time. When I arrived at the training hall, I was met by none other than Dahlia Hawthorne. That's quite enough already, Mr. Wright. Now see here. No judge in his right mind would consider the idea of spirit channeling... Be quiet. Oh, here she is. It's been a long time, Mr. Judge. Huh? That voice. Guess I'll have to ask again. Another one! Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules. Dahlia Hawthorne, and my current profession, permanently retired. Ha! So you're not going to bother hiding your identity anymore, huh? Why should I? After all, I'm dead. There's really nothing you can do to punish me. But what is going on here? Dahlia Hawthorne. I never thought we'd meet again, and I never thought we'd meet like this. But this time, I'll end it. For her and for myself. Boo boo boo. To be continued. Immediately? I don't know. Maybe I should just stop for the day and then never stream again so fictional never gets the end of the case? How do we all feel about that? How about we just end now and never do anything ever again? Don't look at me like that, fictional. Wait a minute. Wait a goddamn minute. Yeah. We need to remember to, okay. Oh, okay, bye-bye. See, Water doesn't want to know the end of this trial. If we end up doing golf after Ace Attorney, Fig, can you remember to DM... Wait a god dot minute. Jesus Christ. Can you remember to DM Avia? Just in case my brain doesn't remember. And as you hydrate, buddy. February 10th, 1:06 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 7. Now then, let's continue where we left off, shall we? Well, witness? Yes, how can I help you, Mr. Judge? Well, it seems that if we're to learn the truth, we'll need to hear your testimony. I have no problem with that, but when you've seen what I have, sometimes the truth is better left unknown. In any case, let's hear your testimony. Tell us about the plan that was carried out that night. The plan. The whole plan began with my death. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her new daughter as the next master. But for it to work, Maya Fay would first have to die. The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway. So that means you really are... Wait a minute. Did you just say the plan was to kill Maya Fay? Yes, you have a problem with that? Don't give us that nonsense. There's no way that... Watch yourself, trite. If you've got a problem, solve it during cross-examination. That's one of my rules. Mr. Goddard is correct. And by the way, that's one of my rules as well. To kill Maya. Could it be true? The plan. El plan. You were executed last month, correct? Yes, I was hanged. It wasn't exactly pleasant. How did you manage to discuss the plan? When did you talk with Morgan Fay? Last year, she was transferred to the same detention center as me. Since I was on death row and she was my mother, it was actually pretty easy to meet with her. I see. So that's when you discussed the plan. Ha! Are you crazy? At first, that woman was planning to kill me as well, even though I'm her own daughter. All to make Pearl Fay the master of Quran. She's a cold, twisted woman. She thought she could finally regain her lost honor, the honor she lost when her younger sister, Misty, took her place as the master. Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan. A plan, huh? You're talking about Pearl Fay, is that correct? Yes, though at first she had high hopes for the two of us. You and your twin sister, Iris. That's correct. Fortunately, neither of us had much spiritual power. That's why we were abandoned by her, along with our father. Abandoned? The only person I ever really cared about in my life was myself. My sister was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her at an old temple. You mean Iris? Yes, my father remarried a woman who also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? And on top of that, my father had absolutely no interest in children in general. Jesus Christ, I hate Dahlia so much. She is honestly the most awful human I've ever seen in a game. I hate her. So the plan didn't start with your death at all? Plan, planty, plan, plan, plan. So the funny thing with El Plan, right? El Plan is a real thing. El Plan was because Sky F1 did this Mr. and Mrs. kind of thing with the F1 drivers. So, like, they had to stand back to back and they were like... Well, it wasn't Mr. and Mrs. really, but they stood back to back and they were like, who is the most messiest of the two of you? And you had to choose. And, like, whoever kind of got each other the most won. And Fernando Alonso and Esteban Ocon cheated. And from there, El Plan was born. Because I think Esteban Ocon turned around and was like, we need to stick to the plan. We need to stick to the plan. And that's when they were found out and disqualified from a Sky Sports F1 fun game. They got disqualified for cheating. Just so you know. How horrible. The really horrible one was that woman, that bitter, vengeful woman. It was her stubbornness that gave birth to that child, Pearl Fay. She was born with an abundance of spiritual power. Unfortunately for her, Morgan Fay heaped all of her broken hopes and dreams into that poor child's back, all because of her pathetic dreams of having her bloodline become the main family. Maya would have to die, but why? For our bloodline to succeed as the main family, thus making Pearl the new master, the remaining descendants of the current master had to be taken care of. But Pearl would never agree to a plan like that. She adores Maya. How sad. You still don't get it, do you? What Pearl wanted had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. The only thing she cared about was the position of the master. That's all. That is true. That's ridiculous. She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. The life of her daughter. And naturally, the life of Maya Fey as well. How could anyone do that? Phoenix, she's literally in prison for trying to get Maya Fey charged with murder. She co-conspired a whole murder to have Maya imprisoned and possibly put to death. How is this ridiculous? How is this, like, so over the top? But we went through this case. He was in this case. The idea was for me to kill Maya. Wait, yeah. Yeah, you were gonna kill Maya? Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was follow the instructions in the letter and channel me. Then I would have simply used her body and finished the job. In any case, I'm already dead, and there's nothing any of you can do to me. Ugh. The plan is to blame the crime on your youngest twin, Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple. She and I look She and I look absolutely identical. No one can tell us apart. If someone were to witness me killing Maya, naturally they would think it was Iris that had done it. So it has to be Maya then, right? This has to be Maya, because Maya is the other person that has black hair. If this was Pearl's, she'd have brown hair. But because she's got black hair, we've got to, I guess that it's Maya. Plus, the woman in front of you right now is a murdering psychopath, exactly. Naturally, you would think it was Iris that had done it. And the witness in this case was the head nun, Sister Bikini. I never would have guessed she was going to return to Hazakura Temple that night. But she wound up seeing Iris's crime anyway. But why did you want to pin the murder on Iris in the first place? She's your twin sister, isn't she? Twin sister. Don't make me laugh. She's nothing but a backstabber. I couldn't care less about her. Backstabber? You just don't understand. You never will. Anyway, that's because she got cold feet in the kidnapping plot. She told us that yesterday, Vic. Just so you know. She was kind of forced into the kidnapping plot, and she didn't go ahead with it. Or at least that's what I'm guessing it is. It might be something else, because Iris still has a secret she needs to tell Phoenix Wright. So it could be something to do with that. You think a plan was a success? You heard me. Just as that woman had hoped. Maya Fey is dead. Now the title of the master will pass on to Pearl Fey. That's absurd. Maya is she's just trapped inside the sacred cavern. Really? You're as foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you, my darling Feeny? Do you want to know the truth? Ever since we met, I've despised you. Your sniveling naivete and your pathetic faith in other people. I just want to know one thing. What did you personally think of Morgan Fay's plan? I told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. It had no point, no value other than fulfilling her own greedy desires. Yes, it was certainly nothing to be proud of. If that's how you feel, why did you help her carry it out? Why would you do it? Why would you kill Maya? You may not understand it, being the kind and gentle soul that you are. You may not be able to appreciate why someone like me would help a woman like that. So then tell me, why? Isn't it obvious? I'm not like that woman. I only act in my own self-interest. She's got a body now. The reason I helped her was for myself. For my own personal satisfaction. What did you say? So this woman, Dahlia Hawthorne, she had her own reason for wanting Maya dead. Obviously, it's because you were helping Morgan Fay. Helping. Don't make me laugh. From the day I was born to the day I died, I never helped anyone. I lived for myself, and in the end, I died for myself. I thought that was obvious. So she wasn't actually cooperating with Morgan. She was just using Morgan and her plan so she could accomplish her own goal. All I wanted to do was kill Maya Fey. That was the only way I could think of to get revenge. Oh yeah, because Mia was the one that put her down. Alright. Revenge? It looks like I had no choice but to present that piece of evidence. I can't believe it. She meant to kill Maya. I've got to keep a cool head, and I need to get more information out of her. It's the only way to understand this plan and what she was after. What she was after as well. Revenge, exactly. Do you understand? Could it be that your actual goal had nothing to do with Maya Fey herself? As I said, none of you have the power to punish me anymore, because I'm already dead. Well, I had the same problem, you see. You can't punish the dead, and you can't take revenge against them either. You wanted to take revenge on someone? I was sentenced to die because of that woman, Mia Fey. I somehow knew this was it. I wanted to send her a message. It was at her hands that I suffered my first humiliation. I wanted her to feel the same pain she made me feel. Sadly, when I realized revenge was impossible, I gave up. And the reason it was impossible? Was it perhaps because Mia Fey had already died? Yes, and I realized there's only one way to take revenge against the dead. How do you do that? Even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. I wanted to take away the person that Mia Fey loved most. I wanted to kill her with my own hands. That would be the one and only way I could take my revenge against Mia Fey. That was the reason I helped out with that woman's plans. Just for that? For that you would kill Maya? Your goal was no different than that of Morgan Fey. Families, am I right? I know. Tell me about it. I'm pretty sure my sister would do this to me. As they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. What a cruel plan. Cruel, cold, and heartless. Humph. Don't waste your time preaching to the dead. I've already told you, there's not a thing you can do to me. That night... I like the fact no one's actually asked her the question whose body she's in yet. Like, no one has literally asked her what body she's in. It's about 9:30 p.m. I materialized into this world. I quickly pinned my hair up and put on a demon-warding hood. Then I picked up the staff that was by my side and left Hazakura Temple. So, it was Elise Dolan who challenged her after all. Oh! That ridiculous head nun never noticed a thing. She left Maya Fey at the inner temple and wobbled back, clutching her poor old back. Well, what did you do then? That kid was easier to handle than I had hoped. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern, and I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and... So then you're saying you stabbed Maya? It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. What does that mean? No clear memory? I don't know. I think I was stabbed. You were stabbed? At the last minute, Maya Fey must have stabbed me, I'm sure of it. That's not like her at all. Maya wouldn't stab a French fry with a... Maya wouldn't stab a French fry with a plastic fork. Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness. And before I did, I scrawled her name on the lantern. Just as I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. I had hoped it would cast suspicion on her. I can't believe she was thinking of that until the bitter end. That's where my memory temporarily stops. It stops? I don't have any memory of actually killing Maya Fey with my own two hands. My very last memory was... Maya's terror-filled eyes. When I woke up after that, I was in the sacred cavern surrounded by darkness. You're in the sacred cavern? The entrance was sealed with one of these trick locks. Somehow I had been trapped in there. But how did you wind up in there? I'd like to know that myself. Anyway, I was worried. I didn't know whether or not Maya Fey was dead, and I swore I wouldn't return to the underworld until I knew I had killed her myself. For a ghost, you're one tough cookie. I wanted to get out of there and make sure she was dead, but I couldn't do it. I couldn't get out. The trick lock stopped you, huh? I didn't know how to remove it. So then you're saying you are actually confined against your will inside the sacred cavern? Yes, I wanted to get rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible, but it wasn't easy. I kept getting interrupted while I was working on it. Interrupted? It was early in the morning, but someone came into the training hall. What? Who? Could it have been Maya? No, it was Pearl. It was Pearl! I thought the same thing, but I couldn't see. Why not? If someone had spotted me, I would have lost my chance to take revenge. So I made sure to hide myself well at the back of the sacred cave. That morning, only 2 people could have gone into the training hall. Maya and Pearls. Pearls went there to cover the hanging scroll in gravy. Still, I finally managed to remove the lock. But I was too late. What do you mean by that? The fires had already started to gather. The bridge had been fixed and the police had started their investigation, correct? Naturally, I couldn't go out. So instead, I returned to the cavern and put the lock back on myself. I realized I wouldn't get a chance to see Maya's corpse as I had hoped. But just then, Lady Luck showed up. Lady Luck? After that big earthquake, she showed up all by herself. The real Iris? She said she'd come to make sure the sacred cavern was alright. Stupid girl. I came out for the sacred cavern and got a feel for the situation. And I locked her away in my place. So I'm guessing Maya locked herself up in the sacred cavern and then channeled Dahlia? Maybe? So that they could talk to Dahlia? Because at this point, there's no one else that can channel Dahlia. And if no one's found Maya, she can only be Maya. I'd finally learned exactly what had happened. It was then that I learned the plan had actually succeeded. What do you mean your plan had succeeded? I had misunderstood one thing, you see. That night, the one that had summoned me, I had assumed that it was Pearl Fey. Well, of course you would have assumed that. It was written in the instructions. But I was wrong. The person that had actually called my spirit back was Misty Fey, the picture book author. What? Well, that's really the only possibility, isn't it? After I lost consciousness in the garden, it was her body that was left lying there. Maya Fey. I wasn't able to kill her with my own hands after all, but even so, I made her commit the most vile sin a human can commit, and that is matricide, the sin of killing her own mother. Ugh. No way! Order in the court. What is the meaning of this? It's true that I was the one who attacked Maya Fey, but even so, the murderer who actually snuffed out Misty Fey's life was none other than your darling little Maya. Ridiculous. That's nonsense. Are you sure about that? Just think about it. There's even evidence supporting these facts, isn't there? What? What do you mean? Well, what is this so-called evidence? The fact that Maya Fey has disappeared is evidence enough, isn't it? Huh? The idea that she's still in the sacred cavern is just ridiculous. She wasn't able to escape from the inner temple, that much is obvious. In that case, there's only one place she could be. But where? Do I have to spell it out? The bottom of the Eagle River. Where else? Who does she think she's channeling? Whose body does she think she's in? What is going on? Someone explain to me why she's suddenly so dumb. Eagle River? Maya Fey killed her long-lost mother. Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that? That's why she threw herself into the Eagle River. Most bodies that wind up in there are lost forever. She could be an Irish. She isn't, though, because she's locked Iris up. She locked Iris up, and Iris doesn't have spiritual powers. Neither of the Hawthorns, neither of the twins were spirit mediums, really. Most bodies that wind up in there are lost forever. Also, Maya still wouldn't know that this person was her mum. Maya doesn't know what her mum looks like. So what do you have to say now, Feeny? Oh, You're joking me. That's his actual ringtone? Oops. Sorry, that's my phone. I kind of want that as my ringtone now, not gonna lie. What kind of ringtone is that? Got it here. Okay, thanks. But was it something important? They just finished removing the logs from the sacred cavern. That's great. What about Maya? There was a woman in the cave. Was it Maya Fey? It was the accused, Sister Iris. Huh? Don't look so surprised. I locked her in there yesterday. I just finished telling you that. Why am I the only person listening to what she said? Even my chat aren't listening to what she said. No one is listening to what Dahlia just said. So, what about Maya? Where is she? There was no one else found inside the sacred cavern. No, it can't be. I told you, didn't I? She's dead. No. Why is no one asking whose body she's in? Why is absolutely nobody asking the very sensible question of whose body is she in? She's not in bikinis. We've seen bikini. She can't be in Misty's because she's dead. She's not in Pearl's because we've seen Pearl since then. She's not in Iris's because Iris is there and is not spiritually... Why are they not asking the very obvious question? Warted. Why are they all dumb? Warted. Do something. I'm losing my mind over here. Did I forget the series I'm playing? It seems that this case has come to an end. A tragic end.
Because I can't just instantly pull it out.
They can't instantly pull it out. The sword has too many spikes. Sadly, it appears the killer of Elise Donim was also known as Misty Fey. Was her own daughter, Maya Fey. Overcome with guilt for what she had done, Maya Fey jumped to her death into the raging waters of the Eagle River. It can't be. Ha! Another coffee! Trite. Have you ever heard this one? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. No matter how improbable it may seem. But what is that supposed to mean? Prosecutor got it. According to this witness, Maya Fey threw herself into the Eagle River. However, is that really the truth? Remember, this woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden, which means if Maya had thrown herself into the river, it must have been from the inner temple side near the bridge. That's right, that's where she jumped from. She can't though, there's rocks below. But that's impossible. It's impossible to jump into the river from there. What? Don't get your panties all twisted up, Trite. Just relax and think through the whole thing again. So it's impossible. Maya couldn't have thrown herself into Eagle River. Well, Mr. Wright, Miss Hawthorne claims Miss Fey threw herself into the river from the inner temple side. Do you have any evidence that refutes that claim? Yeah, that. It's impossible to jump into the Eagle River from the inner temple side. No one knows that better than this witness. What did you say? 11 years ago, you jumped into the very same river. Just take a look at this overhead map. As you can see, below the cliff on the inner temple side is a big rock shelf. Oh. Oh, yeah, you're right. For someone who allegedly hates us, you're being very helpful, got it? I don't think he hates me, really. He loves me, really. He wants to be my third husband. She wouldn't have reached the river if she had jumped off from there. In other words, if she had jumped, we should be able to see her body in this photo. Ah. Ha. So you finally figured it out. You. No! Order. You're just playing with me. Maya's body is at the bottom of the Eagle River. There's nowhere else she could possibly be hiding. Miss Hawthorne, have you ever heard this one before? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Yes, just a few minutes ago. I think Stanley is listening. Only third because we met the other two first. Exactly. We do not, you know, we don't have a hierarchy of our husbands. They are all perfect in their own ways. You know, Edgeworth can point at us all day long. Goddard can throw all the coffee he wants at us. And Gumshoe we must protect because he is just the dumbest little shit and I love him. Maya Fey wasn't inside the sacred cavern. We now know that she didn't throw herself into the Eagle River. Correct. That eliminates all the most likely possibilities. Now, although it seems improbable, there's still one other place she could be. What? What is this one possibility you were talking about? That's obviously a bluff. So where is the dead body then? Finally, I think the pieces are falling into place. Normally the living have no way to punish the dead. But I think there's a way to give Dahlia Hawthorne the ultimate punishment. Shall I tell you, Miss Hawthorne? Shall I tell you where Maya is at this very instant? Maya Fey is... in this very courtroom. It's you! There's only one possibility left. Namely, she's right here in this very courtroom. What? When Maya Fey is here? You say she's here in my courtroom? Dahlia Hawthorne. I seem to recall that you said I had misunderstood one thing, you see. So what? But I think there's one more thing you misunderstood. What do you mean? Tell me something. At this very moment, who is channeling Dahlia Hawthorne? Well, why that's obvious. It's Pearl Fey, that pathetic little sniveling runt. You're wrong. Pearl's tried, but she couldn't do it. I've never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened. Isn't there any explanation as to why you couldn't channel a spirit? It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit. Someone called me before Pearl did, but who? Pearl's even tried again on the day after the crime, but she couldn't do it. What could that mean? I think the truth is becoming clearer to you right about now. Am I correct? Ah! It wasn't Pearl that channeled you. There was someone who called you before she could. Fucking finally. I was losing my fucking shit about this. This is an easy one. Pearls couldn't do it, and Misty Fey is gone. There's only one possibility left. Come on already. I can't stand attention. Dahlia Hawthorne, the person channeling you right now must be Maya Fey. What? But how could that be? Remember what this witness, Dahlia Hawthorne, said about her goal? She said that her goal was to kill Maya Fey. Yes, that's right. But if Maya channeled the spirit of someone that was trying to kill her... Huh. Well, Gramps, what would happen? Could it be? It looks like you finally understand, Your Honor. Well, I don't. What are you going on about? What I'm going on about is the reason Maya channeled you. And there's only one reason, to protect herself from you. To protect herself? From me? Yes, on the night of the crime, you were only interested in one thing, killing Maya Fey. The path back to Hazakura was closed off and there was nowhere for her to run, so then the problem became, where would be the safest place to hide? You mean, that's when she channeled me. All this time you thought you had been channeled by Pearls. That's why it never occurred to you that Maya's hiding place was you. No, don't say that. You're saying that I, Dahlia Hawthorne, was paid for a fall by that little whelp? Maya Fey killed herself, isn't it obvious? Sorry, but no. It would have been impossible for her to jump into the Eagle River. This was the only avenue of escape open to Maya. The only way that Maya could disappear from the inner temple. I don't believe you. A stupid little girl like that who has never been out in the real world. She could never have come up with a plan like that. Lady, this girl has been fucking kidnapped. She's seen so many fucking different random murders and thefts and all sorts. This girl might not be a fucking psychopath, but she's seen more of the world than you have. Who could have ever given her such a brilliant idea? Well, me, of course. Mia! The only time I'm happy to see Mia! It's literally the only time I'm happy to see Mia! I've never been happy to see her before. Mia Fey, it's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. So it's true. It was you. Who's next to us? This is Pearls. You can tell by the hair it's Pearls. Yes. Ha! You're something else. But what? What are you doing here? That hair, it's Pearls, right? Tell me something, Dahlia. I want you to think back to that night one more time. She's also in bright pink, which is Pearls' colors. But where did she come from? Dahlia thought she was in Pearl? Fictional, we left Pearls with Lowry. Ignore Dahlia. Ignore Dahlia. Dahlia decided that it was Pearls just because she didn't want it to be Maya. Pearls probably showed up because, you know... How did she get here? Mia got here! Regardless of, you know, anything else, Mia is here! You're trying to make too much sense of a Phoenix Wright game. You also forget that we genuinely just let Pearls walk around the city on her own 9 times out of 10 anyway. And she's with Lowry. That doesn't really mean much, but she is with Lowry, sadly. You had just cornered Maya in a temple's garden, and then, in the final moments of the fight, you lost consciousness. Oh, is that because she took over Pearls then? I was stabbed by Maya Fey. Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you. She did? Not terribly surprising, since she was about to be killed. When she woke up, she was in the training hall. That's when Maya decided she needed help, so she channeled me. She explained in a memo the situation she was in. She asked me what I thought she should do. You did that? I can't believe it. Of course, I didn't have all the details. But one thing was perfectly clear, and that was, I knew that you couldn't be allowed to wander free. Free? What do you mean? It was a race against time, so I wrote down 2 things that Maya had to do. Channel Dahlia Hawthorne as soon as possible, and lock herself in the sacred cavern until help arrived. So it was Maya who put that block on there. Yes, but why did you order her to do those 2 things? If she hadn't done it, Dahlia Hawthorne would have been channeled by someone else. By one Pearl Fey. But Pearls? Yes, Pearl didn't properly understand the plan, so all she was trying to do was follow her mother Morgan Fey's instructions. If she had succeeded in channeling Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit, things would have turned out very badly, to put it mildly. So, that's how it was. Dahlia Hawthorne would have used the body of Pearl Fey to kill Maya at all costs. Yet yes, it certainly sounds like that was the intent all along. How dare you? I won't forget this. Why not just admit it, Dahlia Hawthorne? Your little plan was nothing but a big failure. Yes, another failure to add to the pile of shame, wouldn't you say? What do you mean by another? Think about it, Dahlia. Remember all your past crimes. Not a single one of them was a success. They all ended in failure. Well, not really. The kidnapping thing kind of worked. What? How dare you? 11 years ago. The fake kidnapping. Your very first crime. You got your hands on a $2 million diamond, but... after Terry Falls escaped and went to meet with Valerie Hawthorne, the truth was exposed. Shut your mouth, that wasn't my fault. It was because of that stupid oath of a prisoner and that weakling of a policewoman. And then, 1 year later, you tried to kill me. Well, I'm still alive, but... you wound up killing someone else. As a result, you were sentenced to death. It's one stupid move after another for you, but it's no longer funny. You, wipe that smug, happy-go-lucky smile off your face. And now this. You've messed up again. You let Maya Fey escape, even though she was right there in front of you. Mia Fey. You spinster. I was supposed to kill Maya like I swore I would. And if only you had gotten that spiky-haired jerk a guilty verdict, I wouldn't have been hanged to death. True. But I think you finally understand, Dahlia Hawthorne. You will never defeat me. But what? What did you say? Whether you're alive, dead, or somewhere in between, you will never defeat me. As long as I'm around, you're destined to lose for all of eternity. I remember what you said earlier in the trial. You said there was no way we could punish you, because you were already dead. What about it? Then you said, even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. That's very true, Dahlia. And that's exactly the punishment you'll never be able to escape from. For all of eternity, you'll have to remain as Dahlia Hawthorne, a miserable, pathetic, weak creature who can never win at anything. And for you, there is no escape from that, no hope of freedom. Since the day you were executed, the narrow bridge that once stretched out in front of you has burnt to a crisp. Yet you... oh... You're wrong. It can't be. How could I lose to the likes of you? It no longer matters. I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. The only thing I want is for you to come out of Maya's body right now. I'm not ready to go. It's a mine sign. She's thrown a mine sign. Yo, it's Maya. Nick, sis. She down. Now then, I assume you are the real Iris. Yes, I was just rescued from the sacred cavern. I must say, you and your twin sister are indeed identical from what I can see. In any case, it appears that everything has finally been cleared up. Mr. Goddard, what happened to Dahlia Hawthorne? If you ask me, Your Honor, it looks like she went back to the hell she came from. It seems that Misty Faye wasn't the only victim of this crime. Maya Faye, as well as the young Pearl Faye, were also victims of this wicked and selfish plan. Yes, Your Honor. The tragedy of Medium Valley has finally come to an end, it seems. It would be best for everyone if no further attempt was made to channel that spirit again. Your Honor. Yes, what is it? About this whole spirit medium thing. It's almost weird how comfortable you seem to be with the concept now. Well, to be frank, my younger brother is quite judgmental. He often criticizes me for not studying hard enough. That's why I made a concerted effort to study up on the current channeling technique. Hey, isn't that the New Year's issue of Occult? I've seen quite a few things in my many years on the bench, and in all that time I finally learned this one thing. Each case is different and takes place in its own world, if you will. In order to fully understand the world, first we have to immerse ourselves in it completely, and that's where my brother and I used to differ. Never thought of it that way. At any rate, it's time to pass judgment in the case of Iris Hazakuri Temple.
Objection!
There you go, there's another cup. You're a little too fast with the gavel, Your Honor. What do you mean by that, Mr. Goddard? This trial, it isn't over yet. That's what he means. What? Trite. Remember what Miss Evil Spirit said in her testimony? Huh? Dahlia's testimony? We haven't figured out who killed Misty yet. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out a dagger I got from the storeroom and... It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. I think I was stabbed. I don't think the spirit realm's really under this court's jurisdiction. I don't think so either. Just as Dahlia Hawthorne was about to attack Maya, she was stabbed and killed by someone. Yes, that's right. The person that was ultimately killed was the spirit medium that channeled Dahlia. Elise Donim. No, Misty Faye. But who killed her? We still don't know who did it. That this isn't over? Unless someone else is found guilty, the accused is still on trial. We can't let her walk until there is evidence that proves her innocence. No way. But this court isn't prepared for any further testimony. The prosecution is ready to call our final witness. But final witness? This one will clear up the whole mystery. The mystery of who killed Misty Faye. Indeed. Is it really alright, Mr. Prosecutor? Of course it's alright, Madame Attorney. Very well then. Who is this final witness? Ha! Isn't it obvious? There's one person who saw the whole event and will put the final dagger in this case. So someone who saw the murder take place? The very person who saw her mother killed in front of her own eyes. You mean Maya? She can't testify after what she's just been through. We need to find the truth. The prosecution calls Maya Faye to the witness stand. Well, that was obviously coming. Very well, but first, we'll take a brief recess. We'll have to wait for Miss Faye to recover before summoning her. Once we receive the doctor's permission, we will proceed with the trial. Hey, Trite, I've got something to say to you, so listen up. What is it? I don't think much of you as a lawyer. It's always the same with you. You somehow manage to just squeak by without even a faint understanding of the case. Some beautiful woman always seems to come dashing in at the last minute to save you. You've got some nerve. I mean, he's not wrong, but that's not going to happen this time. This time, you're going to have to do this by yourself. That's enough. This court is now in recess. February 10th, 2:56 p.m., District Court Defendant Lobby Number 1. I'm truly sorry about everything. You were working so hard to defend me, but I was missing all day and we didn't even have a chance to talk. She's right. When I met Iris at the training hall yesterday, they had already switched places, and Iris was inside the sacred cavern. Except in the last case where it was a beautiful man named Dick. True. More beautiful men like Dick, please. I wanted to at least be in a defendant's box today to root you on. Well, it wasn't your fault. You were locked up this whole time. There's something more important than that, though. I have to ask you, why did you help your sister out as much as you did? Huh? If you had tried to get help at the sacred cavern yesterday, you wouldn't have spent an entire day locked up in there. My sister. I felt sorry for her. She was abandoned by her mother and never got any love from her father either. Yes, but it was the same for you too, wasn't it? Yes, but at least I had Sister Bikini, who was like a mother to me. If only Dahlia had come with me to Hazakura Temple. I always loved her. Dahlia was always so smart, so strong. She never complained about a thing. That's why I promised her that I would help her. Are you talking about the fake kidnapping case 11 years ago? Yes. I wanted to be useful to her in some way. But, as usual, I was too cowardly. At the last minute, I ran away. Because of that, Dahlia's stepsister, Valerie, ended up... That was a case that wounded Mia so badly. The reason she didn't have bikini is because she was already a monster, exactly. But things didn't end there, of course. Some people suspected that my sister was involved in the murder. Some people? You must mean... Yes, 2 defense attorneys. Mia Fey and Diego Armando. After poisoning Mr. Armando, he was getting too close to learning the truth. Dahlia even tried to kill the person who had unknowingly hid the poison for her. You. That's right. Iris, there's one more thing that I have to ask you. Yes, what is it? On the night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse of the victim, Elise Dolan, was it really you? Yes, it was me. That night, after I rang the lights out bell, I went back to my room. At around 10:30, I received a call on my cell phone. There's a problem. Come to the Inner Temple right away. I got on the snowmobile and headed for the Inner Temple, but... The path to the Inner Temple was cut off, right? Exactly. We can't just leave the body here. So you've got to do this exactly as I say, got it? It was me. I was the one that received her body. The murder weapon had been left in her body so she wouldn't bleed too much. The staff that Mystic Elise had always held. I knew it. So the actual murder weapon was the staff. Yes, that's right. I brought the body back to Hazakura Temple on the snowmobile. But why? Why did you alter the body? I didn't want anyone to know that the staff was the murder weapon. I didn't want to leave anything that would lead back to Misty Faye. So I dressed her in a robe and stabbed her with a sword. I wiped the blood off the staff's blade and left it next to her on the ground. Iris, just tell me one last thing. Tell me the name of the person that called your cell phone the real killer. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I can't do it. I can't say who did it. I see. Whilst I know God it said that I can't have a pretty woman help me, at the same time, I'm face to face with the person that knows who did it. Why can't she just tell me? It was Bikini? Oh, please don't be Bikini. Defendant. Yes. The judge is calling you. He wants to see you in his chambers. He has some questions about Dahlia Hawthorne. Alright. Well then, I'll see you later. There's something I want to tell you. Oh, okay. Something she wants to tell me. I don't think it's Bikini. I think it was Mia. So it's true. Iris cooperated with the real killer. Maybe even from the very beginning. Phoenix. Mia, how is Maya doing? Physically, I'm not worried. She'll recover completely. But emotionally, she's been hurt very badly by this case. I see. You don't mean... She's learned who Elise Donham really was. Yes, I went to the medical office and talked with her. I told her everything I knew. But why? Maya is stronger than you think. I knew she could take it. All of it. What do you mean by that? I want you to figure the answer out by yourself. The trial's about to restart. The real killer. Do you know who it is yet? Iris wouldn't tell me who called her, but still. I think that just may be. I know who it was. That night, the victim was killed in the garden of the inner temple, and the criminal wasn't just there by accident, which means that the killer knew of Dahlia's plan from the very beginning. And one more thing, the victim was moved to the Hazakura temple side by pendulum. In other words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge. That means they were stuck on the inner temple side for almost an entire day. Exactly, so the culprit was someone that wasn't in Hazakura temple the following day. That's as much help as I can give you. The rest of the battle is yours to win or lose. Okay, I've got it. Thank you, Mia. Finally, it's almost time to bring this case to an end. What exactly did Maya see anyway? And who was it that actually killed Misty Faye? Whoever it was, I have to prove it. Me, all by myself. Boop, 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 boom. Right, I need to go to the toilet quickly, so... Oh. Wait, come on. Right, I'm going to the toilet. I will stretch during the BRB. Right, I can't just have it plugged in and use it. I need to unplug it and then plug back in. I need more sockets. I need more USB sockets, guys. Oh, PRB, I will. I'll put some music on for you, though. You can have some music. There you go. I'm back. Right, let's figure out who did the murder, shall we? February 10th, 3:36 PM, District Court, Courtroom Number 7. Now then, before we proceed any further, I'm going to announce the results of the test we had performed earlier. Tests? Yes, tests on the bloody dagger that was found stuck in a pine tree. Oh yeah, that. I totally forgot about it. That's the weapon that Maya Fey used when she fought with the victim. So what are the results? Was it the victim's blood or, due to time constraints, a full test wasn't possible. However, there's one thing we can say with certainty. The blood that was on this dagger was not the victim's blood. Kinda knew that already. That is all. Now then, let's restart this trial. So it wasn't Misty's blood on the dagger. Then whose was it? I'm sure both the defense and the prosecution know this, but this trial is rapidly coming to a close. Both sides will need to show some firm evidence with their claims. I understand, Your Honor. From what I've heard, the witness is dangerously weak, physically speaking. So, let's finish this quickly. Agreed. Very well, please bring in the last witness. Witness, please tell us your name and profession. Maya Fey. My profession is, I'm the assistant manager at Wright & Co. Law Offices. Maya. According to the magazine I have here, you're a spirit medium of the current channeling technique. I'm frightened. The Fey clan, I don't want any more to do with it. Oh, Maya. The pain the Fey bloodline causes must be unbearable. Very well. Now then, Miss Fey. When the event occurred, you were in the garden of the Inner Temple, and you witnessed the moment of Miss Elise Donim's murder. Is this correct? I didn't see anything. Straighten up this instant, young lady, huh? Pick your head up and speak clearly. There's always time for crying later. But your mother was killed right in front of your eyes. There's nothing you can do to change that fact. But there's something you can do. You can finish this. You've been watching the whole thing, right? You've seen a witness come out, and you've seen us squeeze the truth out of them. Now it's your turn. Let's hear your testimony. On the night of the crime, what exactly did you see happen? Witness, if you please. Yes, Your Honor. I feel like Maya is one of the most testified people in this game. I feel like Maya has been on the stand nearly more than anyone else. I was passing through the garden on the way to a spare prep room when it happened. Fictional, I do not think you're keeping up with what's happened. He wasn't channeling when she saw the murder. She was just Maya when she was doing the murder. Or when she was doing the murder, when the murder happened. She channeled Dahlia afterwards. Why would... Oh, I thought God it was talking about the trial. Why would she only be assistant manager? Wouldn't Phoenix be the CEO? Why can't she be the manager or even office manager? I don't know. How do law firms work? I don't know how they work. I thought they usually were like the head person in the company were like the partners. I don't really know how they work. I was passing through the garden on my way to a spare prep room when it happened. Suddenly, someone struck me on the head. I stumbled and ended up against a stone lantern. I think I screamed, "Help me." Then something warm splashed over me. That's when I lost consciousness. She was struck on the head. I suppose it must have been with this staff. Maya, the person who hit you. It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? I'm sorry, Nick. I couldn't see. I don't know who it was. Maya, think hard. Sorry, Nick, but I really couldn't. Ha! Can't say it was an especially good night for young ladies to be walking around alone. More like a regular business than a law firm? I think it was weird that it was passed down to him. Hadn't he only had one case before he took over? I also think assistant manager is the title she gave herself. I don't think she actually has anything much to do with it. She's just given herself a name. Can't say it was an especially good night for young ladies to be walking around alone. It seems that it will be hard to determine the criminal through testimony alone. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Please begin your cross-examination. Maya, hang in there. She doesn't look well at all. She's also lying. This would go so much faster if she just told the whole truth. Who else was on the inner temple side that night? Well, Sister Bikini, of course. But I remember her saying that Irish would be coming later as well. And the day after the incident, Edgeworth met Bikini at Hazakura Temple. That means she couldn't be the criminal. So then, did Iris actually come later like she said? Well, let me think. She seems confused. It's probably because she's so tired. No, I'm sure I didn't see her. She must have come while I was preparing for the training. Who did it? Who hit you? Ah, well, I didn't see who it was. I was hit from behind. You didn't see the person? But after that, your attacker was in front of you. How could you not see who it was? Oh, let me think for a sec. I'm sorry, I just can't remember. Maya's really having a hard time. What should I do? Push her. Come on, Maya, this isn't making sense. Why didn't you see this person? Well, let me think. It was, oh yeah, that's right. It was dark, that's it. It was dark? It's not good to have too much light around when someone is undergoing spiritual training. Come to think of it, there was earlier testimony to that effect as well. So it was dark in the garden the night of the crime, which is why she didn't see her attacker. I thought maybe she was trying to hide something, but I guess not. Judging by the testimony thus far, the identity of the attacker was most likely the spirit that was channeled by Elise Dunham, Dahlia Hawthorne. But I don't think that was the first Faye and Co case. Well, no, it wasn't the first Faye and Co case, but it's kind of like weird that he was able to take on the whole thing when he didn't have any qualifications to run a business at all. Any kind of business. And no real right to be a lawyer on his own either. Not that they ever seem to get much business anyway. They tend to, like, luck into clients more than anything. Very well, please continue with the testimony. What happened after you were struck on the head? What happened afterwards? My attacker was in front of me, blocking off my escape, I think. You think? After getting hit like that, I was in a state of panic. There were only two things rolling around in my mind at that time. Well now, this is beginning to get interesting. So what were the two things rolling around in your mind? My name is Maya Faye. 1 + 1 = 2. You see, for some crazy reason, I was afraid I was going to lose my memory. I know it's odd considering my life was in danger, but that's how it was. That makes sense? That's not odd at all. Your actions are understandable given the circumstances. So, what did you do then? You think you screamed, but you're not sure. Listen, I was a complete wreck. It was dark and I couldn't see my attacker. Was it a man, a woman, an adult, a child? I had no idea. I was scared out of my wits. Believe me, my dear, I'm certain I would have soiled my robes. I thought this person might attack me, so I... Anyway, I'm pretty sure I screamed. I thought that it was my last hope. Wow, it sounds like poor little Maya really was out of her mind. But I wonder what she meant by last hope. What do? Do I press her for more details? Sonic the Hedgehog rolling around in my mind at the speed of sound. In my dying moment, Sonic will probably be the last thing I think about. That and Gumshoe. What? Wait a minute, Maya. What's this? My last hope stuff. What? What do you mean your last hope? No. That's what you said. You said my last hope. Huh? What? I said that? I said what, even? You did. You said it. You said the thing. Look, you were facing an attacker that you couldn't see and you screamed, right? You screamed, help me. Yeah. You testified you screamed that because you thought it was your last hope. Oh, well, you know. That's like, what do you call it when that happens? Mine's not doing so well up there. Oh, yeah, Oh, that's right. I remember now. I was facing my attacker, but that's not who I was screaming at. Well, what did you just say? Yeah, that's right. It was the person behind my attacker that I was yelling at. That's who I was screaming to for help. Ah! Well, what is it now? I messed up. I didn't mean to let that slip out. Huh? Well, witness, are you absolutely sure of what you're saying? Behind the attacker, there was another person? I meant to keep that part a secret. Ugh, what have I done? Ha! It takes a ton of pressure to make a diamond. That's what I always say. A ton of pressure. You're in a court of law here. You can't make things up or try to hide things in this chamber. Witness, the information you just presented is vital to the case. I want you to add it to your testimony. I see a man behind my attacker. A man? Who was this man? Well, you see, I couldn't see. You couldn't see? She's used this excuse twice now. Well, you know, lantern light isn't very bright. Lantern light, did you say? There's a great big stone lantern in the garden. They always light it when an acolyte is there for training. Hey, you know what they say? Under the lantern, darkness reigns. So I could see the person that was further away, but not my attacker who was closer. Plus, there weren't any other light sources in the garden at the time. You don't mean, was it, I didn't know it at the time, but I think it was probably blood. Is she saying that's when Miss Donham, who was channeling Dahlia, was stabbed in the back by the killer? At that moment, I was paralyzed with fear. I was just sitting there in the snow. I'm sure blood got on everything around me. So what happened next? I don't remember. How were you saved? You don't even remember that? No, I haven't got any idea. I really don't know what happened at all. That's too bad. I've worked side by side with Maya for 2 years now. I can tell that she's trying to hide something by how she acts. And right now, I'm absolutely certain she's hiding something. The light this, but it wasn't on, was it? 12 cases. As writing code over the course of 2.5 years. Yeah, I mean, by now, he deserves to have his own company. But I'm talking about when he got the company. He just got handed it because Mia died, but he had no qualification to hold that. Surely it's sort of like dissolved into Grossberg's company or something. So there was a man standing behind your attacker. Yeah. That man, he's the killer. He stabbed her from behind. He's the one who killed Elise Donham, otherwise known as Misty Faye, your mother. The killer. Maya, you know who killed your mother, don't you? Well, what is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? To be frank, Your Honor, I think she is in shock and quite confused. That's why she hasn't noticed the huge problem with her testimony. Huh? What do you mean? What problem? It can't be Lowry. Literally can't be Lowry. Maya. On the night of the crime, that stone lantern was out of commission. Huh? What? It's true. There was no light anywhere in the garden that night. No. Order in the court. Mr. Goddard, explain this. Add the pureness of milk to the perfect clear darkness of coffee, stir. That is the state of the witness right now. A cup of cafe au lait. Using the when something smells argument, I see. Cafe au lait? Is that even legal? Mr. Trite's words are the milk, and you are the spoon. Your Honor, I'm a spoon? I'm no spoony bard. I'm no spoony bard, I'll have you know. You must have noticed it too, Trite. This witness' mental state is highly unstable right now. It's not hard to understand why she would make a little mistake like that. Sorry, but that's not going to cut it. What did you say? If there truly was no light in the garden, then there's a fatal contradiction in the witness's last bit of testimony. Nick, may I? Recall the witness's statement about her attacker. She said that she didn't know if it was a man or a woman, an adult or a child. And yet, the witness could describe a person that was standing behind her attacker, and she quite clearly described him as a man. Ah! In other words, that would have to mean that Maya actually saw our mystery person, despite it being so dark that she couldn't see the face of her own attacker. No! Order! What in the world does this all mean, Mr. Wright? Are you saying Miss Face saw the real killer under pitch-black conditions? Trite, do you have any idea what you're proposing? How could she have seen in the dark? There was no other light source at the scene. There are some things that you can only see in the dark, Mr. Goddard. May, you did see who the killer was in the dark, and now you're trying to cover for him. Cover? For the man that killed her mother? There's only one conclusion I can draw from this. You know who this man is. Please, Nick. I don't know anything. Please, I'm begging you. Ha! You talk a good game, Trite, but let's see if you can walk the walk. It was pitch black, so what can the witness see? I'm calling your bluff. No, Nick, don't. But please, stop. May is dead set on protecting this guy, the man who murdered Maya's long-lost mother, but I can't let him get away with it. I'm a lawyer, an officer of the court. I'm here to find the truth. Alright, Mr. Wright, time to show us what you've got. Who was this person that you say Miss Faye saw in the darkness? Right, so it can't be... It can't be Gumshoe. It can't be Lowry. It can't be Edgeworth. Was it us? It can't be us. It's gotta be Goddard then, right? Because the person who did it has to be missing until the bridge was sorted. Right? And we were in the hospital. Gumshoe was there because he did all the stuff with Edgeworth. Larry was there because we had to deal with Larry. And Edgeworth wasn't even in the country and came back. And we are not an option, regardless. We are not an option, regardless. So it has to be him. Just because it can't be anyone else. And he did go missing for an entire day. We did not find him until we got into the sacred temple. Because it was pitch black, Miss Faye was able to recognize the killer easily. I'm sure the court would like to see for itself how this is possible, yes? What? But how do you propose to show us something like that? It's easy. We just need to recreate the conditions of that night. Conditions? Your Honor, the defense officially requests that all the lights in this courtroom be turned off. What? This is... But it can't be. Ha. Somehow he's even sexier like that. That was a nice bit of deduction. Trite. Well, everyone, this is the man Maya saw on the night of the murder. Order. Prosecutor Goddard, what is the meaning of this? Surely you must be shocked to hear yourself accused of such a thing. Why aren't you denying it? Ha! Your Honor, you're asking the wrong person. Well, what do you mean by that? If you've got a question, ask a witness. That's one of my rules. Well, Maya, how about it? What you saw that night? Was it 3 glowing red lights? Well, witness, answer the question. Yeah. You're wrong. I never saw that. But Maya, I thought the person that stabbed my mother was a man for a totally different reason. What? Well, witness, Mr. Wright, what? Stop your chattering, Your Honor. Chattering? If it's worth asking, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Alright. Well then, let's continue with the testimony. Please tell us how you knew the killer was a man. Yes, Your Honor. I didn't realize it until after I woke up, but... Did we miscount? I don't know. Does he restart it at the end of every bit? Oh, and this one too? I mean, we've just realized he's the murderer, so I'm gonna guess he's just gonna drink all the coffee now, because he's about to die. He's about to be murdered. When I came to, I was just lying there on the train hall floor. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. The torches were lit, and the body was gone, and all of the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up too. Since the person did all that work alone, I just assumed it was a man. So it was after the crime took place that the witness came to think the killer was a man. Yes, that's right. I'm sorry, Your Honor. No need to apologize. It's as Mr. Goddard said, you're utterly exhausted. It's only natural that you would be a little confused. Also, if you consider the situation you described, it doesn't seem to too much of a stretch to assume the culprit was a man. Fuck off. I could do that. Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. So, you lost consciousness when you were in the garden, is that right? Yes, I think it happened when the victim was stabbed. So then the person that carried you into the inner temple, it could only have been the killer. That's what I think too. So the killer carried Maya into the inner temple. Naturally, the killer must have done it, right? Yes, I think so. But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide. I don't know. It looks like she doesn't have enough confidence. I think I need to gather some more information before I ask her again. The torches were lit. Yes, that's how I noticed that the whole scene had changed. I'm gonna say it was a killer who lit the torches. I mean, who else could it be? The killer probably lit them since it's impossible to do any cover-up work in the dark. However, if that's true, there's one thing that still bothers me. Why did the killer go to the effort of moving the body? That's true. It's hard to see how that would have been an advantage to the killer. The only one who would gain anything from that would be the only person that was at the inner temple, Maya. Very well. Let me hear some more of the condition of this crime scene. She is saying the killer cleaned up the snow. It did look really odd. The snow was removed in an unnatural-looking rectangular shape around the lantern. There were a lot of shovels around the inner temple, but they're already heavy, way too heavy for me to use. An odd fellow indeed, this killer. Why on earth would anyone want to take snow away? Well, there's one thing I can think of. Didn't you say that a lot of the victim's blood sprayed onto the snow? Yeah. The area I collapsed in ended up being splattered. In other words, the killer's purpose was to hide the bloody snow. I think that's the most reasonable explanation. Perhaps. However, there's something that's bothering me. If the killer just wanted to hide the snow with blood on it, there was no need to remove that amount. That's true. He could have scooped up just the snow that was stained with blood. He can't see blood, though. Because his visor's red. He probably does see everything in red. You might have been right, Vic. Anything in red might just be seen through because he can't see anything because of the red visor. It's like when Leo doesn't see a color correct because he's got color tints in his glasses. Or is that Leo? Yeah, Leo's got color tint, and so does Asuna. And they both wind me up with not being able to see fucking colors. It looks like there are some mysteries behind this issue, but I think this will help explain them. So, you're saying that you never saw the killer, right? Yes. But earlier you very clearly stated that you saw a man behind your attacker. Nick, I'm sorry. The killer certainly went through a lot of trouble, moving the body by pendulum, manipulating the crime scene. But for what purpose? Why do all that? Maybe Maya knows more than she's letting on. Is this just going back to the beginning? Yeah. 3 red flags looks like a regular flag through roasting classes. Which statement was it that... This one? Oh, no, that. I think it was this one. Naturally, a killer must have done it, right? Yes, I think so. But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide. The truth is, when I saw the crime scene, I felt something. You did? Yes. I felt like the killer was hiding the evidence for me, for my sake. What? Hiding it for you? Everyone knew that I was the only one at the inner temple that night. If Sister Bikini had come back and looked at the garden, she may have thought that you had done it. No, she definitely would have thought so. And you're saying that's why the killer cleaned up the crime scene to make it look like nothing had happened? Yes, I'm sure of it. Well, it's certainly an important piece of information. I want you to add that to your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. You didn't clean everything though, right? This would also make sense why Gumshoe was going on about cleaning it. The body of Elise Dolan was carried all the way to Hazakura Temple's courtyard. Then at the garden, the real scene of the crime, the snow that we suspect was covered in blood was scooped up and removed. It's reasonable to believe all this was done in an attempt to hide the true crime scene. However, there's still one matter that seems somewhat odd. Oh? And what would that be? You must have figured it out by now, Mr. Goddard. It's the message written in the blood on the lantern. It was written very clearly on the white stone lantern. Maya. If the killer was so motivated to protect Maya from suspicion, then why didn't they wipe the writing off the lantern? You're right. Order. But Mr. Wright, isn't it isn't it a fact that the killer was trying to cover up the crime scene? Indeed, but it doesn't make much sense to move the body and remove the bloody snow, then not wipe up the most incriminating thing of all, the bloody writing. But if that's the case, do you have an explanation for the killer's mysterious behavior? Why would this killer move the body and remove all that snow, then leave the bloody writing on the lantern? I don't know what the killer's plan was, but it's a fact that the killer left the writing on the lantern. There must be a reason for it. Well then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your opinion. Why did the killer leave the message written in blood on the lantern? Prosecutor Goddard, early in this trial, you gave me some good advice. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Maybe you're not as dumb as I thought. The real killer wanted to disguise the fact that a crime had occurred there. If that's the case, they wouldn't have left the bloody writing on the stone lantern on purpose. Therefore, it must mean that they didn't notice it. But that doesn't make any sense. The torches were all lit and everything. There's no way any normal person would miss something as glaring as that. You're right. There is no way any normal person would. What? What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright? There's only one person involved in this incident who could have missed seeing the bloody writing altogether. And who would that be? Who is the person that could have failed to notice the bloody writing? The person who's already failed to notice it before. Mr. Goddard, this is what you said yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. You can't see everything? Is that correct, Mr. Goddard? This lantern was submitted as evidence today. I would like the court to think back to the moment it was first presented. This lantern. There's something written on it. But why? It's written in blood. Nonsense. This lantern is as clean as a whistle. Mr. Goddard, just admit it. There are certain colors you can't see, correct? You can't see red on a white background, can you? That's right. We went through this once before, during the poisoning case of Oh yeah, he didn't see the blood on the apron! This is the apron the delightful Miss Bird was wearing at the time, and somehow spilled coffee on. There's something still bothering me, Mr. Goddard. Why have you not explained the bloodstain to the court? Bloodstain? What bloodstain would that be? Don't play games, prosecutor. The blood-colored stain that's smeared all over the apron. That's ridiculous. No one told me anything about a bloodstain. You could see the coffee on the white apron, but you couldn't see the ketchup, because it was red. Ha! It's strange. In a black and white photo, those letters would have appeared black to me. I wonder, why am I the only one that can't see them? So then, Mr. Goddard, are you admitting it? Are you admitting that you can't see the red writing on the lantern? Hey Gramps, didn't you know? That's the reason why I don't drink red tea. You don't drink tea at all, mate. You drink coffee. I wasn't sure about it until now, but I just can't believe it. Prosecutor Goddard is the murderer. But there's no going back now. I finally figured out the truth. Mr. Goddard, the defense at this time formally accuses you. You are the murderer of Miss Elise Dolan, also known as Miss Misty Fey. It's hard to believe this may be true, however. Once again, Mr. Wright has brought up a disquieting fact about you. Ha! Just make sure you don't fill out the indictment in red ink, Gramps. Come on, how did the little graffiti make me into the killer? Besides, it's not like it's my name that's written here. I'm certain that the killer wasn't able to see the color red. This is Rich. Do go on, try. The answer is right there at the crime scene. In the snow. The snow? How so? Well, for example, why did the killer move all that snow? Your Honor, you said it yourself. If he wanted to hide the bloody snow, why not take out just that area? Yes, why didn't he take just one... Why didn't he take just that area? Could it be? Yes, the killer couldn't see the red blood that had seeped into the snow, and so he had to remove all of the snow. He couldn't be sure of where the blood had landed, so he removed the whole area. Is it more likely that the killer couldn't see the blood because it was dark? Not a chance. The torches were all lit. He would have been able to see just fine. It seems that once again this trial has taken an unexpected turn, to say the least. Can you explain this, Mr. Goddard? But wait just a minute. Maya, well, what is it, witness? But Mr. Goddard isn't the killer. After all, he didn't even come to the inner temple until 2 days after the murder took place. He didn't show up until after that old bridge got fixed up. How does she know that? How does she know anything about when he came? She shouldn't know about it.
Objection!
Maya, you can't testify to something like that. Why? What do you mean? I may not look it. Eat! After the murder happened, you didn't even exist. She didn't? I'm afraid I don't follow. Are you senile, old man? We established this just a little while ago. After the murder, this witness was unconscious for a long time because she was channeling Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh, that's right. But please, Your Honor, let me add to my testimony. Nick, please listen to me. Maya, do you plan to cover for Goddard no matter what the costs? If that's the case, then I've got no choice. Your Honor, let's hear her testimony. If it means we're going to hear the whole truth, I say we should not silence her. Ha! Nicely done, Trite. Very well, let's hear the witness's testimony. Please tell us what happened at the inner temple after the murder. Yes, sir. After I woke up, I began channeling, and my spirit left me, as it were. But little Pearlie was there at the inner temple too. Oh God. She's bringing Pearl into this. Pearlie was also stuck on the inner temple site that night. The next morning, she looked around but couldn't find anyone. The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in a spare prep room. That's when Mr. Goddard arrived at the inner temple for the first time. He found Pearlie first and cheered her right up. How does she know that? Maya, you've got to tell at least a fucking believable lie. Who is this Pearlie? That's my little cousin, Pearl Faye. So when did you hear about this? Oh, just a while ago, when I was in the medical office. I'm terribly sorry. But what you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. What? Come on. Pearlie would never tell a lie. She's a way more honest person than I'll ever be. Real smart, Maya. You always know the best things to say when you're under oath. Ha! The prosecution has no objection. We believe the witness. But Mr. Goddard, let's just move on with the cross-examination. If the defense has no objections, that this is highly unusual, but, well, Mr. Wright, let's get this cross-examination started. That was such a terrible lie. Why is Maya doing that? So, where did you think Pearl slept that night? In a spare prep room next to the training hall, I guess. There's a rule that you can't enter the training hall during an acolyte's training. But even so, why did she go to the inner temple in the first place? It seems that Pearl's become very worried about Maya. She knew that the spiritual training I was about to undergo was very intense. Pearl was supposed to channel Dahlia Hawthorne, but she couldn't do it. That's why she headed to the inner temple. However, Dahlia Hawthorne was already there, possessing the body of Elise Stoneham. The next morning, she searched the entire inner temple site end to end. Well, you see, Pearlie gets pretty scared when she's alone, and there weren't that many places to look. She says that she even went back and forth several times. The inner temple site has two structures, the training hall and a spare prep room. And there's also a storage shack, I think. That's about it. There was a storage shack, too. Pearl was looking for other people, right? Would she have really examined a storage shack all that carefully? Well, if it was me, that would be the first place I would investigate. So that means it's possible that someone may have been hiding in the storage shack. Pearl didn't hear the sound of them working on the bridge. What do you mean? I was just wondering why she would stay in the prep room. If it was me, I'd at least go out and wait at the foot of the bridge. Oh, well, Pearlie said she was sleeping at the time. She said she was so scared during the night that she couldn't sleep well and woke up a bunch of times. Poor little girl, all alone like that. Well, we know that she had at least one friend in the sacred cavern, Dahlia Hawthorne, who was busy battling with her trick clock. She couldn't let anyone see her, so she wouldn't have shown herself to Pearls. What happened after the bridge was finally fixed? So, it was your first time on the inner temple side, Mr. Goddard. That's funny. Am I imagining things, or did the defense ask me a question? Mr. Wright, please save your questions for the witness. What you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. Those are your words, Your Honor. Touché, Mr. Wright. Oh well. What do you have to say, Mr. Goddard? He's drinking way too much coffee right now. He's about to explode. Hot nights and even hotter coffee, that's what I always say. If it hadn't have been for this case, I never would have visited there. A freezing cold temple in the mountains. I think I'll pass. So he had never visited Hazakura Temple, the inner temple, huh? Ha, you want to say something trite? In any case, I have to find a crack in Goddard's armor. Have you drank this amount of coffee in one go? While I cross-examine Maya, that is. Very well, please go on with your testimony. After fixing the bridge, the police came over to the inner temple side, right? Yes, the Mr. Goddard. That he cheered her up? That's what Pearlie said. She said he was a very nice older gentleman. Yes, I have. Alright. Alright, Candle has drank this much coffee. Fair. I believe it too. Thank you for looking after my cousin, Mr. Goddard. And here I was thinking you were nothing more than a coffee addict. Ha! Cut it out. You're making me blush. This guy is really beginning to get on my nerves, in more ways than one. The truth is, there aren't that many places to look on the inner temple side. The policemen were all busy going over the garden with fine-tooth combs, so I decided to carry out an investigation in my own way, Goddard style. I'm the same way. I like to hand down verdicts in my own way, judge style. Maybe I should ask some questions, Phoenix style. You said that you conducted an investigation of your own. Did you find anything? It looks like my investigation went about as well as yours tried. After all, I did miss the bloody writing on the lantern. Well, I didn't miss it, so speak for yourself, Goggles. The only odd thing I discovered was the beauty in the training hall. Beauty? Misty Faye, naturally. Clad in a stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes. Western tastes? Could he find a stranger way to describe gravy? So from where you're headed for the prep room. Wait a sec, what did Goddard just say just now? I think I just found his proverbial weak spot. There's only one thing of any importance here. Where was Goddard when the murder was taking place? He must have already been in the inner temple when it happened. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed Elise Thornton. I suppose we... Right, my thinking. This all is about... He knew this was Misty Faye. How, though? If he'd only been there 2 days after the thing happened, he would not know what was under the gravy, right? We simply refer to that as breakfast. Fair, fair, fair. Mr. Goddard, the first time you crossed Dusky Bridge and went into the inner temple was long before the murder took place. Well, why do you say that? Because he just made one fatal slip-up. The hanging scroll in the training hall. Hanging scroll? But, Mr. Goddard is right. That scroll shows a picture of my mother. Maya, I know you know who it is, but here's something you don't know. By the time the bridge had been repaired 2 days after the murder, the hanging scroll in the training hall looked like this. What's that wonderfully delicious smell? The morning after the crime, someone covered it with gravy. Gravy? But why gravy, Nick? Because gravy was much more than a condiment to the culprit. Well, Mr. Goddard, if you really hadn't seen the hanging scroll until after the murder, you wouldn't have had any way of knowing that it was Misty Faye. Well, wait a minute, Nick. Yes? Take another look at the hanging scroll. Look at the top. There's a crest there. Ah, that. It's the mark of the master, correct? Exactly. So if you know the meaning of the mark, then you could guess that it was a picture of Misty Faye on there. True, but Mr. Goddard described what was underneath like this. Clad in a stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes. Oh. Yes, it's possible that he knew what the crest meant. However, he couldn't have known that she was wearing Japanese clothing. Mr. Goddard, on the day of the murder, you were hiding at the inner temple long before the crime took place. Can I ask you just one little thing, Trite? What is it? This whole theory of yours, it all rests on a certain assumption. That I knew beforehand that a crime was going to be committed. That's right. Otherwise, there's no reason for him to sneak onto the crime scene. Of course Mr. Goddard knew about the plan. Huh? What did you say? Is it really possible that another person knew of the plan? Yeah, because this was open beforehand, right? This crime was actually planned over a year ago. Morgan Faye authored the plan for her daughter's future, and these instructions were hidden somewhere in Faye Manor for a year. However, by the time Little Pearls found these instructions, they had already been unsealed. Unsealed? Yes, the killer had read these instructions long before Pearls ever found them. That's how he knew the crime was to take place at the inner temple. And you still insist this crafty killer is me? You bet I do. But you just said that the instructions were hidden. That's right. Mr. Goddard couldn't have known when the instructions were hidden. If he really wanted to know, he had one great chance to find out. Yes, and when was that? During a visit. A visit? Morgan Faye told her daughter, Pearl, about where the instructions were hidden. During one of her visits to the detention center. That would be the only time for someone to have learned where they were hidden. Eavesdropping on a visit at the detention center? Yes, it could be arranged if you were someone with easy access in and out of there. Like, for example, a prosecutor such as Mr. Goddard. Order! Mr. Goddard, you're under fire again. This murder could not have been carried out without prior knowledge, and you were the only one that could have acquired this information before the murder. Oh my god, so much coffee. This guy does not need more coffee. Humans are afraid of the dark, and yet, at the same time, we're fascinated and bewitched by it. Maybe that's why humans drink the darkness that is coffee. Sorry for always asking, but what does that mean? It means there's a reason for everything. According to your theory, the killer in this case eavesdropped on a conversation during a jail visit where he learned a hidden plan for a crime. After discovering the plans, he hid in the inner temple and waited for the crime to occur. Then he ultimately took a person's life. And he did all of that just to protect this witness. That's right. If you're accusing me of this crime, I have to ask you, why would I do this? This girl is nothing but a stranger to me. I've got no reason to go through that kind of trouble to protect her. Yo, Dane, how's it going? I am what you see. I am currently not the type to rescue the damsel in distress. The killer's behavior is certainly extreme, for lack of a better word. Even considering that the killer wanted to protect his witness's life, his behavior is still a little too unnatural. However, you had a good reason, didn't you, Mr. Goddard? An unshakable reason that forced you to protect this witness at all costs. I knew it. You figured it out, haven't you, Nick? Maya, I guess you were doing your best to cover for Goddard. For the same reason, huh? Okay, Trite, I'm all ears. Let's hear it. It's very simple. Maya Faye is a lot more than just a stranger to you. Well, what's this? There's one person who lies at the very center of this whole story. One person that ties you and Maya to Faye together. Wow, it's Mia. It's Mia. How are you doing, Dane? There's a very good reason why Maya Faye's life is so precious to you. After all, she is Mia Faye's only sister. Mia Faye? You once worked alongside her. That was when you were a defense attorney. Well, wait a second here. Mr. Goddard is a defense attorney? With your honest, piercing intellect, you must have figured it out by now. The real name of this man who calls himself Goddard. His real name is Diego Armando. Isn't that right? Doing great? I'm fine. Fine, just fine. The last time someone called me by that name was over 6 years ago. Diego Armando. That name rings a bell. It should, Your Honor. All of this is related to a single case. A case in which a convict named Terry Falls killed himself. He's been busy with school? Fair, fair. Mia Fey's first time in court, the tragic outcome left a deep wound in her heart. She knew that behind it all was a heartless, scheming demoness in disguise. But in the end, Mia couldn't tear off that disguise. However, there was one man who reached out to help her. Diego Armando, a senior defense attorney at the office where Mia worked. It's my fault. It's all my fault that Mr. Falls killed himself. Mia, you can't cry yet. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. I was moved by her, the way she put all her faith in her clients, the pure sweet heart of hers. That's why I could never forgive Dahlia Hawthorne. Mia and I thoroughly investigated that fake kidnapping incident. And one fateful day, Dahlia wanted to meet with me. It had been 6 months since the trial. We met in the courthouse cafeteria. Ah, I just remembered. 6 years ago, right here in this courthouse, you were poisoned. Even I didn't see it coming. Dahlia Hawthorne slipped some poison into my coffee. Some newspaper at the time called it a murder, but very little information about the case was released to the press. But you weren't dead at all. No official reports ever actually called it a murder. I was just in a deep, deep coma. I see. My body shut down and my life become nothing but a long, deep sleep. That woman's poison did a real number on my central nervous system. I lost my sight, and all of my hair turned white due to the damage it caused. That's terrible. Apparently it was a miracle that I ever regained consciousness. 5 years had passed since I drank that poison brew. Then one morning, my eyes flew open from the smell of a doctor's cup of coffee. For 5 years? You were asleep for 5 years? And the worst possible news was waiting for me. Mia Fey was dead. From the very moment I opened my eyes, I had already lost everything I thought I had. The woman I loved had been murdered, and the woman I loathed had been sentenced to death. The woman you loathed? The woman who had spiked my scalding hot coffee, Dahlia Hawthorne. Ha! Good old Mia. She didn't let me down. She got her revenge before she checked out. In the end, there wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up. That's so sad. For someone like me, for someone who had slept away their best days, there were only 2 reasons left to live. And it was for those 2 reasons I decided to become a prosecutor. If I may ask, what were your 2 reasons to live? The first was you, right? Huh? Me? If I hadn't drank that stupid poison, Mia Fey never would have died, much less the way she did. You were the only one who was there to protect her, but you let her die. It was all your fault. It was nothing like that. I wanted to see for myself what kind of man you really were. So that's why you become a prosecutor. My other reason for living, she goes by the name of Mia Fey. Huh? You mean me? You were the only way I could make up for the sin of not saving Mia. 1 year ago, when the Curran Village incident was resolved, it was obvious that Morgan Fey was planning something. Whatever her evil plan was, I was determined to stop it. My role as a prosecutor put me in the perfect position to do something about her. That's how you overheard Poe's visit with Morgan at the detention center. I knew that the time was drawing near. Since I knew the plan, I thought I could foil it. My goal was to outwit the plan. I thought if I could do that, I could keep that girl from being caught up in it. That makes sense. If Pearls had known that the actual purpose of the plan was to kill Maya, she never would have helped out. Finally, the day of the plan was drawing near. I contacted both of my accomplices. Iris of Hazakura Temple and Misty Faye. I especially needed the help of Iris. She was to take the fall in my backup plan in case we couldn't control Pearl Faye. But How did you contact my mother? She had been missing for almost 20 years. Officially, yes. What? What do you mean, officially? Oh my god, this man will die from as many fucking coffees as he's drinking. You've heard about it, haven't you? About the strong ties between the main family and the government. Now that you mention it, Bikini did say something to that effect. She said that the Master of Kurain had great authority. Even without her official position, Misty Face still wielded great influence. The police have been keeping an eye on her movements all this time. That's how I was able to contact her. Again, because of my position as a prosecutor. So my mother was cooperating with you. Don't ever forget, no matter how far away from you she was, she never stopped thinking about you. So she was always... That's why I knew she would do anything to protect you. If you want to know how strong her resolve to protect you was, look at her staff. Her staff, the one with the sword in it. The day the plan was to be carried out arrived soon enough. We met for the first time at Hazakura Temple. That's when your mother showed me her special staff. I realized it then, just how far she was willing to go. She was ready to use that sword to protect you from Morgan Fay if necessary. Yes, even if it meant paying the ultimate price. Mother? That night of the crime, there was just one way to stop Morgan's evil plan. You mean pearls, don't you? We had to make sure she didn't channel Dahlia Hawthorne. Well, Pearl, what are you gonna do tonight? Well, if you'd like, you can come to my room. Perhaps we can read some books together. We thought we could prevent her from playing her part in Morgan's plan, but she never showed up. She was worried and followed me to the inner temple. That was the thing we were most afraid of, and that's why Misty Fee had to do the channeling herself. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne into her own body. What? What do you mean? If she channeled the spirit first, then Pearls wouldn't be able to do it herself. As Master of Kurain, Misty Face's power was supreme, so that's how it went down. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne so that Pearl Fay wouldn't be able to. Ah! This case is too much for me. This case is too much. I think I prefer simplicity to this over-convoluted crap we're getting. What? Is this true? My role in the plan was to make sure no one was going to hurt Maya Fey. That's why I hid myself at the inner temple, just in case you needed to be safe from Dahlia Hawthorne. Got it. Anyway, that's all I'm going to admit to. Right. Huh? There's no doubt about it. You're a great defense attorney, but you're going to have to do the rest yourself. Like, the whole thing of him hating Phoenix Wright is just dumb. Like it's just a really dumb reason to hate him. Like it's just pathetic. I do get that it's kind of more that he's projecting that he wasn't able to save Mia, so he's kind of projecting that on Phoenix Wright, who could have saved her. I do get that, but it's too much. Seaman Hill does why. The background leading up to this incident has been laid bare. There's just one question remaining, Mr. Wright. Who killed the victim? There are only two possible suspects right now. Maya Fey, and I'm sad to say, you, Mr. Goddard. Yeah, and like, I feel like the only reason why they have him hating Phoenix Wright is so that they could do this. Like, there's not a strong enough reason for him to hate Phoenix Wright. So they've made this convoluted reason why he doesn't like him, so that he couldn't just go to Phoenix Wright and be like, well, Morgan Fay's evil. This is what she's doing. Here's the plans. Maybe don't take, you know, these two up here. Maybe warn Pearls about it. Maybe just get rid of the letter. Like, if he literally got rid of the fucking letter, no one fucking would know about this. Pearls wouldn't know. He could have made a new letter. Pearls can't read. She's 9 years old. She's not going to be there, you know, figuring out whose handwriting this all was. Like, it's such a convoluted and stupid thing, and you have to play on the fact that everyone is really dumb, and I don't like that. You know, like, I like the games well enough, but I don't like how often it comes down to everyone is dumb. Because that's just not fun anymore. When the whole basis of every single case is everyone is dumb, it's not fun. If he didn't hate him, you wouldn't have a game? I mean, you would have a game, you just have a different story. Him hating him was only a part of this story. Well, this game made... Was this game made in America? I don't think so. It's a Japanese game, isn't it? Puts you out a bit. It really is. It's realistic, though. I don't think it is. I really don't think it is. I genuinely don't think it is. Godit was made to be such a smart character, and the only way he could figure out to sort this crime out was to let a 9-year-old read this letter and go ahead with the plan and hide in a temple? Like, he's such a smart character, and he has all of these things that he could pull, you know. And then he decided that the best way was to just do this? Like, it's not a fun way for this whole thing to go down. I didn't like the twin thing. The twin thing was just too overused. The colorblind thing was interesting. I'll give them that the colorblind thing was interesting, and it kind of was a ha-ha moment for another case. Like, they planted that quite well in the Tresbien case. I'll give them that. The Larry stuff was really good as well, especially the upside down picture. I really like that bit. Like, I like the characters in this case as well. Like, I like Bikini and all that. But just the mental hoops you have to jump to believe that the only thing that Godit could think to do was wait. How long? A year? Was it a year, he said? A year to let Pearls go to this vacation. After, like, he could have done something to stop Dahlia being killed, you know? Like, he could have literally stopped someone. He could have done so many things. It was just really, really stupid. It was really, really stupid. And some Americans being dumb? I mean... The Japanese courts don't seem to be any smarter than the US and UK courts, to be fair. It's like politics, you know? Courtrooms don't seem to be particularly smart either. Well, Trike, if you're the real deal, then finish this thing once and for all. Show us beyond a shadow of a doubt that you can finish this on your own. No, Nick, but please don't. Maya, I heard the whole thing from my sister in the medical office. That's why I have to protect Mr. Goddard. I can't do it. I can't testify against him. After all, he's the man who put his life on the line to protect Mia, and me too. Maya, I know that. Nick. But even so, it doesn't absolve him of his crime. Please, Maya, testify. Miss Faye, your testimony, please. This is the final testimony. Don't bother trying to hide anything, because I'll know. I want to hear the truth from your own lips. I understand. I'm sure you're right. I'm ready now, Nick. Alright, young lady, tell us about the moments before you lost consciousness. What exactly happened at the time of the murder? The murder. Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights, 3 of them. I thought I'd ask for help, but just then I was splattered with blood. She wasn't dead though, and she struck back at the enemy behind her. Suddenly, the red lights went out and the whole area was dark. Just at that moment, there was a horrible scream. Right after that, Dahlia collapsed and I lost consciousness. These red lights, I thought you said you didn't remember seeing them. I'm sorry. I thought I saw them, but then they disappeared all of a sudden. Ha, things break, Trite, even the best of theories. Who was it that stabbed Misty Faye? It looks like you still can't prove it. Maya's telling the truth this time, I know it. The rest is up to me. Also, another thing is the Cyclops was such an interesting concept, so badly done. Because they could only really be done on a big, big lie. But we hear so many lies. So many lies. And they are lies that are deep in their heart. Like, everything that Maya said in this court case so far has been a giant lie. That if it wasn't in the court case, would have been something you'd have to do with the Magatama. My favorite villain has to be three-way tie between Dahlia, Frio, Tegre, and Manfred von Carmen. Yo, Celestia, how's it going? I don't know who my favorite villain would be in this. Maybe Manfred von Karma, actually. I quite liked him. He was quite interesting. I liked his case as well. His whole case, the DL6 incident and everything, was really, really fun. I really liked that one. Proceed with your final cross-examination of the witness. That's absolutely wrong, Fictional, because when he was in Tresbien, his Magatama was in the kitchen, and it still worked. Some of the alternative locks they have within trials in later games are quite interestingly done. Oh, that's good to know. Red White would be in 4th place. Light shining in the dark. I don't think you could make a mistake about that. Yeah, you're right. I think I saw them, but I can't say for certain. And I can't tell you for sure they were at Mr. Goddess Mask either. I don't get the feeling she's covering for him anymore, but... I don't feel like I need to press so hard, maybe? But just after that, you turned towards the lights and called for help. Isn't that because you thought the lights were coming from Mr. Goddess Mask? Yeah, I guess so. Maybe that's what I was thinking at the time, but I can't remember after all. There was a person I couldn't identify in front of me. Maya's life was in terrible danger at the time. There's no way she can remember the details of the scene perfectly. That is such a huge, huge leap of logic, Vic. That is such a huge leap of logic that he would be closer to the Magatama at the front of Trebien when it was in the back in the kitchen than if he was stood here in the court room. I don't believe it 100%. I do not believe it. It is bad game design, full stop. Just bad game design. He can't break them because he needs the Magatama to break them. He can't use it to break them. But no, he can't break them without it, but he can see them without it, and he would have been able to see them. I don't care. I 100% don't care. Like, this is just, it's really bad writing. It's really, really bad writing in general. I don't like it. This case was actually really poor. It was really poorly written out. This game worth it anyway? Yeah. Everything else is fine. It's just this case. This case is just... It's over-convoluted to make everything tie up together. Because I think what it said, this was like meant to be the final game, so they wanted the whole trilogy to wrap up. And they've made up so many things to tie it all together. It's just really, really bad. The Will Powers case was also really bad. I can't remember the Will Powers case, actually. Which one was Will's power? I don't remember who that was. Third case is the first one. Still Samurai. Did I like that one? I can't remember if I liked that one. It's been a long time since I played that one. I think I got so caught up with Old Bag that I like that just because of Old Bag. I think genuinely Old Bag was the only reason I liked that one. Old Bag, I'm not gonna lie, Old Bag might actually be my favorite character of the whole series. She makes me laugh every fucking time I watch it. I'm not even gonna lie. She genuinely is so fun. There's no way she can remember the details of the scene perfectly. Was stereotypically evil as you could get? Oh yeah, I forgot about who actually did the murder in that. Yeah, that was a bit of a letdown. I genuinely don't remember it very well, though. I played that case so long ago now that I just don't remember it. I don't remember much about the first game. I remember, like, the big important bits, and I can remember roughly timelines, and I remember certain characters, especially if they came back. But I don't really remember much about that case, as you can tell, because I didn't even know what case it was. Alright then, let's go with the testimony. What did you do when you saw the red lights? That blood. Was it Dahlia Hawthorne's blood? I think so, probably. Just at that moment, I heard a soft scream that seemed to be close by. It was a woman's voice. So that was when the killer stabbed the victim from behind with the murder weapon. Is that right? Without a doubt, Maya was in the middle of a really dangerous situation. Anyway, the victim was stabbed by the murder weapon. What happened after that? Eeny meeny. Oh yeah, Eeny Meeny. I remember Eeny Meeny. He wasn't dead though. He wasn't dead though. He struck back? How do you know that? Well, you're right, I didn't see it exactly, but I could tell by the sound of their breathing and movement, and also the smell of blood. You have witnessed more horror than any young lady should have ever have to in one life. Then what did you do at that point? I mean, she was kidnapped. Let's not forget she was also kidnapped. I couldn't move. I could just barely make out their shadows moving in the dark, but I had no idea what to do. Could you still see the red light you mentioned earlier? Yes, I think so, but... They went out. Yes, suddenly I couldn't see them at all. Well, what could it mean? If the red lights were coming from Goddard's mask, and they went out right in the middle of a fight, maybe the mask was damaged, or maybe it was knocked off, or maybe the batteries run out, right? Try it. Or maybe those little red pinhead-looking lights just stopped working. What could have really happened then? I like that everyone had a theory on what happened to his mask. What do you mean by just at that moment? You mean the moment when the red lights went out? Yes, that's right. The scream that you heard then, was it Dahlia Hawthorne? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it was a man's voice. But what? What? So then, that scream came from the killer? There's gotta be it. I think Dahlia Hawthorne must have taken the blade and attacked the killer with it. And then the killer let out a scream of pain, huh? After that, the killer stole the blade back and delivered the final blow, I guess. Well, Mr. Wright, it seems to make sense to me. Case 3 was a circus? Oh, for fuck's sake. That one drove me insane. The last one was Matt on guard. What number was Eni again? Case 2. It sounds like a reasonable deduction, but I still kind of wonder. I wasn't really paying attention. I'm sorry to say this, but that interpretation would create an enormous contradiction. That makes sense. After all, my deductions are almost certainly never correct. Remember the testimony she just gave before the killer let out a scream. Maya said that she had already been splattered by the victim's blood. In other words, the blade and the staff had already been plunged into the victim. Ah, is that right? She couldn't have struck back with a sword that was already stuck in her body. The weapon that caused the killer to let out a scream must have been something other than the staff. It's the dagger, right? If you're so sure about that, then don't keep us waiting any longer, Try. There's only one thing I can think of that could have been used as the weapon here. If Dahlia Hawthorne had already been stabbed in the back by the staff, what could she have used to strike back at the killer? Naturally, the dagger the killer brought to the scene of the crime. Oh, that's right, I forgot about that. This dagger was found at the crime scene, stuck into a pine tree. Yes, the detective found that this morning and brought it to me. Dahlia Hawthorne struck back at the killer with this, and she managed to wound him as well. Just because he let out a scream doesn't mean that he was wounded. For all we know, the blood on the dagger could have been from the victim. We know it wasn't, though. Have you forgotten that the blood has already been tested? Since we learned it wasn't a victim's blood, It must be the killer's blood. The killer must have a wound somewhere on his body. Yes! Strip off, got it! Get naked! We need to see if their whole body. Get your clothes off. So, you're saying the blood on this dagger belongs to the killer? Exactly. A DNA analysis of the blood would prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. And yes, Mr. Goddard, it would prove that it's your blood. Nice theory, Try. Order in the court. Is this the end? Have I done it? Even he won't be able to change the results of the scientific test. Huh. Let me ask you something, Try. Let's just say that it turned out that I was the killer. Do you really think I would be stupid enough to leave evidence like that? What? Just think for a second. This dagger was found this morning by a detective and brought to me. There was already blood on it, correct? But even so, I was the one who brought this dagger here to the courtroom. Yes, what does that prove? Well, if I really were the killer, I could have washed the blade off and then planted another person's blood on it. It can't be. In any case, there's one thing I can't guarantee, Try. That blood, it doesn't belong to me. Not a chance. What? In any event, it seems to be established that the killer was wounded. Alright then, witness, continue your testimony. Well, wait a minute. What's the problem? I know I probably shouldn't say this, but there's a big contradiction in Nick's explanation. Maya? That this dagger, you said it had wounded the killer. That's right. But, if Mr. Goddard had really been cut with a dagger, his clothes would be bloody or have a rip in them, right? Maya, maybe he just changed his clothes. That would solve the contradiction pretty easily. What are you talking about? It's not that simple at all. Remember back to the day of the murder, everyone that was on the inner temple side got trapped there. Ah, that's right. And once the bridge was fixed and the police headed for the inner temple, Mr. Goddard was already there waiting for them. He never had a chance to change his clothes. But he was stabbed in the visor, so, like, he's just put his visor back on, right? Order in the court. What the witness says is... Well, maybe he brought a change of clothes with him. But, no one could have predicted the lightning strike that shut down the bridge. Why would anyone have brought a change of clothes? Did the judge take smart pills during the last recess? Well then, maybe the killer took off his clothes before he committed... Oh my god, Phoenix! That way he wouldn't get any blood on them. That's impossible, Try. You know how cold it gets up there late at night. After a few minutes with no clothes on, you'd be frozen solid. Ah. Just ask him to take the visor off. Ha. So that's all you've got. I knew you weren't tough enough to finish this. Right now, if Mia Fey were here, he would have closed the book on this case already. If Mia Fey were here. So come on, Try. Can you do it or not? How about it, Mr. Wright? You've accused Mr. Goddard of being the killer, but can you prove it? Have you got even one piece of evidence? The question isn't whether I can prove it or not. The fact is I have to prove it. That's the only choice I have. I was told that it's one of the rules of being a lawyer. I can prove it. I'm gonna bring you your magnificent vengeance to fruition, just as you want it. Ha, that's good. I'll fight it till the bitter end, Try. Since it's just one piece of evidence that can prove your point, why don't we go for the unlimited penalty? Are you trying to pressure me, Mr. Goddard? Because it doesn't matter to me. I've got the one piece of evidence I need. Give me a break. You've got nothing, Try. So what do I do at a time like this? It's simple. I've got to think outside the box and approach this from a different angle. Alright then, Mr. Wright, let's hear what you've got. There's one thing I've demonstrated in this previous cross-examination. The killer was wounded. That was proven by the blood on the dagger. But, we decided it was impossible for him to have hidden such a wound. If he had been cut by a dagger, there should have been a bloodstain on his clothing. There's one place the killer could have hidden his wound. Well, what did you say? Hidden? This is it. My last stand. I need to think about this from a different angle. I don't need to think about why there were no bloodstains on his clothing. I need to show how he hid the wound. It's the end of the line, the final stop fight. Let's hear what you've got. Where's this location where you say the killer hid his wound? Well, it's under his mask. He was stabbed in the penis. Ha, I don't know what you're talking about. And frankly, I don't need to know. What I do know is that you'll never be half the lawyer she was. Isn't that right, Trite? Well, what was that just now, Mia? It can't be. You're living on through him? Even as you speak, you're still hiding the wound. It's beneath your mask. During the fight, the red lights given off by the killer suddenly disappeared. Seconds later, the killer let out a scream. That's right, your mask went flying off your face. Mr. Goddard, would you mind removing your mask? If you have a dagger wound under there somewhere, then I'd say this whole case is solved. Well, we killed him. He is being deaded. How does it feel? What, killing my husband? Sad. I'm sad. Just now, I saw his spirit in you. I never liked you. 6 years ago. To accuse him of murder is horrible. I love him, and I don't want this to be the way it ends. I don't like it. I'll have to go back to being in love with Edgeworth. You helped the woman who put me to sleep by hiding her bottle of poison, and then, while I was sleeping, you let Mia die. But you didn't care. You just kept living your pathetic, happy-go-lucky life. You even had the nerve to follow in her footsteps as a lawyer. I could never forgive you. That's what I thought. Mr. Goddard. But I was wrong about you. I knew it from the very beginning. The truth is, the only person I could never find it in my heart to forgive was me. I mean, you can still love him. It's okay, I do. True, true. You, yourself? I was the one that failed to protect Mia. Me and no one else. I tried to avert my eyes from the truth, to escape from the harshness of reality. I just couldn't face Mia's death head-on, so I ran. I hid behind a mask. I threw away my true name. I couldn't even deal with being a defense attorney anymore, so I quit. But you saved Maya. Yeah, that was my plan. Up until just now, anyway. What do you mean? Are you listening, Maya? If I had really wanted to save you, then there's one person I should have gone and talked to right away. Who would that be? Are you talking about Nick? But I didn't do it. I tried to get the help of Iris and your mother, but I closed my eyes to the most important man involved. Do you know why? The real reason. No, why? I suppose I wasn't really interested in saving you at all. Huh? I think I was just trying to salvage what's left of my own broken soul. I was trying to make up for the fact that I couldn't save Mia, nothing more. It's like I said this about 10 minutes back. It's like I said this whole speech 10 minutes back. That's why I let you walk right into a situation that I knew was dangerous. Forgive me. You're wrong. You put your life on the line to save Maya. Was it really for Maya's sake? Even I'm not really sure. But what do you mean by that? That night, in the darkness of the garden, when I saw her silhouette, a part of me must have known the truth. The truth that it wasn't really Dahlia Hawthorne standing there in front of me. It could have been Misty Faye, or even that little girl, but I still picked up the blade. It was like I was dreaming. Were you gathered to give therapy to someone else, pretty much? all of these boys have their therapy in the courtroom. The judge should be paid extra for being a therapist. I'm not sure exactly what was going on in my mind at that point. Was I really motivated by the pure desire to protect Maya Fey? Or was it something else? Was it my hatred for a woman who had stolen everything from me 6 years ago? Could it have been simply a desire for revenge? Is this still related to the case? Wait, whose dad is this? Whose sister are we talking about now? What are they going on about? Why don't they just go and fuck in the fucking lobby? Jesus Christ. The poor judge. And now, I don't know anything anymore. I did learn something today, however. I finally realized that I was the arrogant one. I was just chasing an illusion, a fantasy. The stupid fantasy of defeating you in the courtroom. You were the one who made me realize my folly. You never ran away from Mia's death. Instead, you picked up where she left off. As a true defender of the people. In that one moment, I understood everything. Mr. Goddard. I think you already know this, but if you don't, my name is Diego Armando. Mr. Armando, I believe in you. I know you were trying to save me. Just pick a case where you end up defending someone guilty? Thanks. Your wound, it's bleeding. Ha, did you forget already? In my world, the color red doesn't exist. These must be my tears. Tears? Ever since I woke up from my coma, I think I've been waiting for this very moment. But Mr. Armando, you do well to remember this, Maya. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. I think that's blood, buddy. Just because you can't see the color red doesn't stop it being blood. It's not how tears work. This time, it really is all over, isn't it? Defendant, yes, Your Honor. Although you weren't directly involved in the murder, tampering with the body in the crime scene is a serious offense in itself. I understand, Your Honor. Mr. Armando explained that to me very carefully. I knew the risk and I willingly cooperated anyway. Very well. Before I hand down my verdict, is there anything you'd like to say? Well, there is one thing I'd like to say. I'd like to say something to Mr. Wright. Was such a mindfuck for your baby self? As I said, that was one thing I was really, really impressed with. Like they sowed that seed in the Trebien case with him not seeing the red on the apron. Like, at first, I thought he was just being an idiot. And then when it was explained, I was like, actually, that's good. That's good. One of the only things I liked about this case is hand wound and hypercaffeination is making him delirious. Quick, he needs bed rest, stat, and to take his trousers off. We still don't actually know where this wound is, guys. If he's crying red tears, he might still need help with his penis, you know? Candle might be right. Candle might have it. He might have been stabbed in the peen. I want to apologize to you. Apologize to me? For what? For the case 5 years ago, of course. I just remembered. Weren't you poisoned by your own lover? Not exactly, but yes, something like that. Even now, 5 years later, I can hardly believe it. She was gonna do it. She was planning to kill me. It's not all that surprising, the two of you. You hardly knew each other. Huh? What do you mean? You and my sister, you only met twice. Huh? What, we only met twice? The first time you met was on the fateful day. The day she poisoned Mr. Armando in the cafeteria of this very courthouse. The next time you met her was 8 months later. You met her again on the day that she stole your cold medicine. and Doug Swallow was killed. No way. It can't be true. I mean, during our whole relationship, we were... For those 8 months, the woman that you thought was Dahlia Hawthorne wasn't actually my sister. Huh? It wasn't Dahlia? I hope one day you can forgive me, Feeny. You mean... That's right. I lied to you. For 8 months. But why? Why would you do such a thing? Ever since she gave you the bottle that day, my sister was trying to get it back as soon as she possibly could. Because of the police investigation and their surveillance, she couldn't move about freely. So that's why you, my sister, from the beginning, she was prepared for the worst. But prepared for the worst? She thought that you might somehow discover the truth. That's why she was always ready to deal with you at a moment's notice. You mean she was ready to kill me, don't you? She already had so much to answer for. I didn't want any more sins on her soul. I begged her not to do it, and she agreed to give me a chance. And that's why you came to me. You came to get the bottle pendant back from me in her place. But I couldn't get you to give it back. I failed at something even as simple as that. 8 months passed, and I still couldn't get it back from you. Finally, my sister couldn't wait any longer. She didn't consult me about her plans for you that day. It was the first time that had ever happened. That was a bit strange, wasn't it? Up until that day, you two were partners in crime and she would confer with you. I think she must have noticed. Noticed what? My feelings for you. If I had found out she was planning to kill you, I would have done whatever was necessary to stop her, even if it meant her life. Or mine. Iris. After spending those 8 months by your side, my feelings towards you, they changed. I have something to say to you too. Yes, you really are the person I always thought you were. Even after Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, I still believed in you. Thank you. I don't like happy endings for the sake of happy endings either. I don't know, I'm not much of a romantic at times. Like, I can be a romantic, but I'm also not when it's like very childish romance. How many cups of darkness have I drank over the years? Even I don't know. I'll tell you though, right now, this one here is the greatest cup I think I ever had. Don't you think so? Phoenix right. Oh god, I'm drinking a coffee now. Yeah, I think you're right. The purpose of this trial was to rule the murder of the victim, Elise Donin. At some point, I expect you will be tried for your role as an accomplice in this case. I understand, Your Honor. I like the fact that he just lets everyone talk as well. Like, he just kind of zones out and lets everyone talk all they want. But very well, on the charge of murder, I hereby find the defendant not guilty. Court is now adjourned. Yes, hello. We are here for a murder. Guys, there was a reason we were here today. You might want to stop talking about something that happened, like, a year ago and, like, focus on the now. Focus on the here and now, guys. So I guess it's all over. The way everything ended was justice really served. The man who risked his life to save Maya is being sent to prison by my own hand. Of course justice was served. Mia? I mean, to be fair, it is just a murder. The person who was murdered's dead. You know? They can wait an eternity for the murderer to be found out. Let's take this to family therapy instead first. I know it's interesting to learn you fucked the wrong woman and didn't notice, but... The judge hasn't paid enough for this BS, and I suspect he might be up to get The poor fucking judge. Mia, I'm proud of you, Phoenix. Your defense was truly brilliant. But I couldn't save Mr. Armando, the man who cared so deeply for you. You're wrong, Phoenix. You did save Diego. You saved him in the only way possible. You mean, with the verdict? I think one day you'll understand too. Phoenix, I want you to remember one thing. You are as good out there today as any defense attorney could ever hope to be. There's nothing more you can learn from me. Mia, you've accomplished something I wasn't able to. I owe you a great deal. Thank you. Mia, I'm sure we'll meet again. Someday, Phoenix. The boobs have gone. I've handled lots of cases and seen a lot of things, and along this journey I found myself asking just one question. What does it really mean to defend someone? I suppose today's case produced one possible answer. Nick. Maya? I guess it's just like my sis said. Mia, what did she say? That night, when I challenged Mia to get her advice on what to do, this is what she wrote back in my notebook. Don't worry, Phoenix will save everyone in the end. But, come on, cut it out with the gloomy face. Can't you see? Me, sis, and I'm sure Iris too. We owe you for everything you have done for us, Nick. Maya. How? How can you be so bright and chipper after all that's happened? You were brutally attacked. You even saw your mother murdered. Youch! Franziska? Still a softie as always, Phoenix Wright. Excellent work, Mr. Wright. Huh? Mr. Edgeworth? When did you get back? Oh, that's right. I guess no one filled her in on that. Edgeworth and Franziska have actually been helping me. Helping you? If these two hadn't been here on the first day of the trial, the defense wouldn't have gotten anywhere. Wow. But where were you, Nick? I heard he fell into a river and caught a nasty cold which forced him to sleep all day. Yes, he laid in bed shivering from his fever with Iris's hood pulled over his head. Oh, ouch. Talk about embarrassing, Nick. You definitely need more training. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. And you too, Franziska. I don't suppose... Oh no. There's room for me in this group hug, is there? Larry, please. Please, Larry. Oh, Larry. What's with the, longer than usual face? I realized something when I was reborn. I realized that Larry was never of any use to anyone, not even once. That's not true, right, Nick? What? You're asking me? Well, Nick, is it true? I've got a place in this world, right? Huh? Oh, yeah, of course. I knew it. Everyone would be better off if I were gone for good. No. Oh yeah. Those portraits you painted, they were really good. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? What? Me? Why are you making that face, huh, Edgy? Oh, well, yes, indeed. I certainly can't say that they lack resemblance. Do you really mean it? What about you, Francie? Did I draw you well, too? Wow, my beauty can't possibly be captured by mere crayon. Nevertheless, I recognize the effort you put into it, and that's worth something. So then, you'll do it, like you promised? You're going to model for my next picture book, Francie's Whippity Whip? Don't get carried away. Oh my god. Well, how about that? I guess painting portraits is the only thing I'm good at. The painting of Pearl was pretty darn good too, if you ask me. Huh? Now that you mention it, I haven't seen her around. Pearls. Where could she have gone? Normally she would have made a beeline for Maya. Oh, I'll go look for her. Be right back. Hey, Pearly. Right. You seem to be uncharacteristically puzzled. I suspect you are wondering how Maya can be so cheerful despite all that has happened. Yeah. To be honest, I can't understand it either. Franziska. That's right. She lost her father fairly recently as well. I think I understand how she feels. Oh my god. It's just hit me. And I know that it shouldn't have just hit me. Because, like, literally... everybody in the world keeps telling me. But every single one of these have a dead dad. And now Maya has a dead mum. Maya kind of had a dead mum the whole time as well. This really is like the fucking broken children. The broken children get together for a group hug. What did you miss? Everything, Kay. Everything. Also welcome. But you missed everything. I think I understand how she feels. Maya is a much wiser person than she appears, and I think she realizes something. Now is exactly the time when she needs to be as strong as she can. Well, what do you mean by now is exactly the time? Maya wasn't the only one that was badly wounded by this incident. In fact, there was someone that was hurt far more deeply than she. I believe it's for that person that Maya is trying her best not to cry. Someone who was hurt more deeply than Maya. Edgeworth, I think I'm starting to understand too. Ow! Then tell me, Phoenix Wright. Who is Maya Fey being strong for? Well, Pearl, right? Pearl Fey. The poor kid, after all, the reason that she worked so hard to follow the instructions was because she loved and believed in her mother, Morgan. It's for the good of Faye Clan. I'm sure she believed in every last word. She's sure she was doing it for Maya. That's why she was so happy. It shows how truly devoted she is to Maya. Take That. I mean, I would be strong for Take That. Take That is a fantastic band, and no one can change my mind. But it's a cruel irony that it was her exuberance that led to this tragedy. Maya Faye's mother was killed, and Maya herself was put into the deepest peril imaginable. And that's exactly why Maya is putting on a brave face. It was not Pearl's fault. There were adults involved in this that could at every step of the way have changed this. There was literally an adult who read that letter before Pearl herself. Literally people could have stopped this at every single step, but they let a 9-year-old girl go through with this anyway. Pearl has nothing to be sad about. Well, she has a lot to be sad about, but no one can put this on Pearl. This was literally on the hands of a bunch of adults that should have known better. She's a very pretty young woman. I can't wait to see it. I genuinely can't wait to see it. She's doing it for Pearl's sake, until she can see her smile again. Oh hey, so this is where you all were. Wow, it looks like we've got... Youch! Well, what was that for, sir? This is all Morgan's fault? Fuck her. Yep. Yeah, she didn't even channel Dahlia in the first place. Yeah. Like, Morgan's at fault, Goddard's at fault, in a way, Misty and Iris are, because they never, they knew this plan, and instead of trying to do something to stop it completely, they again went along with it. There were a whole line of adults that let Pearls down. And to a point, Phoenix did. Phoenix should have stepped in and been a better mentor for Pearls. She had no one left. She had no family. And yet, even though she was there and loved him, she kind of just was allowed to do anything. She was allowed to wander the streets at 9 years old. She was allowed to be left with Larry. Fucking Larry. You know? The root of all evil is Morgan, though, yes. If Morgan wasn't a thing, then Dahlia wouldn't be a thing. Sorry about that, Scruffy. My whip just seems to have a mind of its own. What's up, Detective Gumshoe? Oh, this and that. Anyway, congrats on your win. Let's go out tonight, pal. Dinner's on me. My salary's just sort of kind of gone down by a teeny weeny bit, but it's alright. I made reservations at a first-class French restaurant tonight. Ah! Pretty good work, Scruffy. That whip was your reward. I think you'd like money. Yes, I know I've totally been here the whole time. I know exactly what we're talking about. Yo, Garth, how's it going, buddy? Detective Gumshoe, you said a first-class French restaurant. You don't mean. Très bien. Where else? I knew it. We're doomed. Come on, let's go, everyone. Can't keep Maggie waiting, pal. Hey, you, crybaby, you're invited too. Oh, forget about me. Pearl and I will be at the Loser Shack eating potatoes. Maya's taking an awfully long time to get back. She's still out looking for pearls. Oh, Maya, what's wrong? Nick, what do I do? Pearlie, I can't find her anywhere. Huh? I'll bet she just went back home. That's all. She went to the Loser's Shack. You're just doing laundry and making clips? Nice, nice. I thought so too, so I called the village. But no one has heard from her. This has never happened before. As I figured, she has been badly hurt by this incident. She feels responsible for the tragedy that's befallen you, Maya. But none of this was her fault. What should I do? Detective Gumshoe. Yeah, what is it, pal? Could you guys go on ahead? But what about you? Maya and I will join you guys once we find pearls. Nick. Don't worry about us, Detective Gumshoe. We may be a little late, but we'll definitely be there. We have a lot of celebrating to do tonight, and I wouldn't miss it for the world. Yeah, but you're the... Ah! Very well, Phoenix Wright. We'll go on ahead. Don't keep us waiting, right? We won't. But where should we look? Where could Pearlie have gone? Let's go, Maya. There's only one place I can think of that Pearls might have gone to. Larry literally just said she's at the Loser's Shack. Hazakura Temple? For Pearls, I bet this is a very important place. After all, it's where this whole incident started. What's this? You're all back again so soon? Hey, Bikini! Sister Bikini, I thought we'd be eating mashed potatoes alone tonight. Sister, she's here. Pearly is here? She's in the training hall. Why don't you hurry along and go see her? Okay. Pearly's not here. Ah, Maya, the hanging scroll. Someone cleaned it off. It's gotta be Pearl's. So, Francisco, where's the evidence you were gonna give us after the last game, I don't remember anything about that myself. I don't remember anything. I kind of wiped Francisca from my memory until she returned yesterday. Ah, Mr. Meyer. Pearly? Why? Why did you just leave like that? The card that Maya defaced? Mystic Maya. I swore that I would never trouble the two of you ever again, because it's all my fault that Mystic Maya's mother, that's why you came here. It's the least I could do, to pray for your happiness. You don't have to do that, Pearly. It wasn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. Of course I'm sad that my mother is gone, but how do I say this? I'm still happy. You don't have to lie just to make me feel better. No, really. It's true. The only reason I'm still here at all is thanks to everyone who was there for me. My sis, my mother, Mr. Armando, Nick, and you. If even one of you weren't there, I'm sure I wouldn't still be alive right now. That's why I have to be strong. I mean, technically, if Pearly wasn't there, you would have been fine, because there would have been no one else to have actually channeled Dahlia in the first place, so you wouldn't have died. You're kind of wrong there, Maya, but I see the point. But it'll work on a 9-year-old, I guess. For all the people that were there for me when I needed them, that's all I can really do. Mystic Maya, I'm impressed. You truly are the daughter of Mystic Misty. Sister Bikini, your mother, Mystic Misty, was a strong woman indeed. I want to tell you what she said to me that night. After dishonoring the good name of Quran, I don't have the right to face my daughter, but still, Maya is always in my thoughts. It's true, she'll always be with me until the day I die. Your spirit was with her, that's why your mother was so strong. Even at the end, I'm sure she had no regrets. She'll always be with me until the day I die, huh? There's a rule or something all masters are to follow, isn't there? To never take the charm off until the day you die. That's the master's talisman. The thing that Misty kept by her heart and would never take off. It wasn't the container that was important, rather it was the contents. That's... a photo? Ah! Mother? Mother? It's only natural for living creatures to fight to protect their own lives. But what makes us human is that we fight for others. But who do you fight for? How hard must you fight? That's a true measure of the human life is worth. There are other animals in the animal kingdom that fight for their young ones. I would just like to point that out. We defense attorneys are warriors who are constantly challenged by that question. They broke the vase when they were a kid. That vase has been smashed to pieces so often. Even when the battle is over and the bonds that connect us are severed, we always return, time and time again. Mia, Maya, Pearls, Mr. Armando, and Maya's mother, too. I learned that from all of them. Didn't you read the text? I know! I'm so dumb! I learned so much from the Phoenix Wright games! How can I be so silly? Well, shall we get going? Everyone is waiting. Ah! This is a day to remember, a day when a lot of things were finally put to rest. I think we should celebrate what we've overcome today. But I still can't... Oh, go on, sweetie. You can come back for training anytime. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna make a brand new start too. Sister Bikini, I'll be back for more training, I promise. I know, and I won't go easy on you just because you're the future master. I'll make sure to prepare reservations for three for when you come back. Wow, hee hee hee. Alright, We're gonna have a great feast today, Pearly. You know why? Because training is a battle of endurance. Okay, Mystic Maya, I'll eat lots and lots of food tonight. You know, there's one thing I don't get, and probably don't want to, but what is it, Nick? Reservations for training is fine and all, but why for 3? Come on, what do you think? You're one of us, Nick. Next time you can train right alongside us. Huh? I'll be waiting for you. Sister Bikini will take special care of you. Huh? Huh? It'll be great, Nick. We're going to do the special course naturally. Ha ha ha. That's a great idea. After all, Mr. Nick, you'd do anything for Mystic Maya, wouldn't you? Even walk on hot coals, right? We'll have a nice big meal before we come next time, right, Nick? You know, I was wondering if I can just say one little thing. Sure, of course you can. Oh, I love this part. I can't wait to hear it. I'm getting goosebumps too. Well, then, here goes nothing.
Objection! Objection!
Objection? He objected. I'm so dumb. I've learned so much from the Phoenix Wright games. I mean, yes, that's the point. Master Curran and the office manager of Brighton Co. Law Offices, and I have to be a good big sister to Pearly. Well, as long as I'm not locked up or captured or something like that. We did it, though. We completed it. So it's true, Mr. Nick really is Mystic Maya's knight in shining armor. He went through with the special course all the way to the end. Actually, I heard there's a legendary extra special ultra course here too. I think I'll surprise the two of them by making them a secret reservation. Oh, Pearls, I love you. Maggie bought me a brand new coat as a present, pal. I feel 10 years younger. I'll never take it off. Yes, but somehow you just don't seem the same. I guess a dirty, shabby old overcoat is just more detective-like, sir. Don't worry about it. In the name of love, a man will soil himself silly. Don't soil yourself. I'm gonna end up playing them all, yeah. Not right away, though. Mr. Wright, I am once again in your debt. Thanks to you, the Treasures of Curran exhibit was a great success. I even got to see Miss Von Karma, who I hadn't seen for almost a year. She told me how to use a whip and said that I must show you what I've learned. Oh. I have many other games I need to play. I've got a load of games that people have redeemed that I need to get through. Desi and I started a company called Master Mask Consulting. We're dedicated to stopping the evil plans of all the criminals in the city. Our motto is cut it out, please. Pretty cute, huh? Well, we also sell plans to the criminals as a kind of side business. I wonder if that's okay. Sometimes I think maybe we're the worst criminals. Oh my god, Ron, please. Fucking Ron. Basically Ron and Hermione. Jesus fucking Christ, Rons are such pathetic creatures. Oh no, it's creepy. I wanted to show my appreciation to Mr. Wright for exterminating Don Tiger, so I lent him $500,000, a special thick tea, one I mixed with my own 2 hands. I bet he's drinking it now. Win through compromise. Your mother's husband's name is Ron, I agree. Ron's a pathetic. I'm just old and in the way, a wrinkly, grumpy, clown-nosed waste of flesh. At least that's what I thought. But my grandkids had a birthday party for me the other day. Talk about embarrassing. 69 years old and I cried like a baby with a dirty diaper. 69, nice. He looks older than 69 though. As usual, we have an abundance of work to do. We've hired a new programmer to replace Glenn Elg. I do hope everyone will get along. His name is Adam Madder. As soon as I heard his name, I knew our brain circuits would align perfectly. My, more reporters. Since the murder, we've made so much money, I hardly know what to do. I think the magazines like us because I provide such a nice visual, especially in spring. I can hardly wait for Iris to come back. Whoa! You're back? Welcome back, Aniko. Candle, what time is the F1 on tonight? You've turned into such a respectable man, Feeny. It was so sweet of you and everyone else to come and visit me here the other day. Of course, I was happy that you constantly had your eyes on me, but I felt kind of bad when the little one slapped you so hard you got a nosebleed.
Objection!
About 20-30? There. And the data is super adding restricted deaths. My fake comments, this is madness. And Right Crest is saying, this is Sparta. This is a reference to the famous exclamation, this is Sparta from the comic 300 even. Amazing.
Objection!
Fictional, were you away? Were you away when they said that he was actually dating her for 8 months? Oh my god, I forgot about him. There she is! What's this? I'm back from a long and tiring vacation and no one is here to greet me? I guess while I was gone, my little whippersnapper buddy quit and now I've got no one. And what kind of lonely, crazy security room is this supposed to be anyway? What with all the flashing lights and switches, I feel like some sort of space alien. And now what am I gonna do with all these macadamia nuts I brought back for everyone? Bring them over to, oh my god, it's gonna go. It's gonna go. Renzi, oh my god, I can't focus on this. Thank you so much for the 1,000 bits sported. I will need to add that to the fund. I'm an artist, a really good portrait artist. I'm not a loser after all. I wish Wood would give me $10 for finishing games. Oh, that's so cute. There's the boobs. Get one last look at boobs, guys, because they're going forever now. Thank you, Kay. I appreciate that as much as I appreciate... Thank you, Fictional. Boobs! I know, I appreciate even the smallest bit. Every tiny bit helps. Here's 1,300. Thank you, Kay. Thank you. I appreciate it. I really do. But yeah, we're done. We did the thing. We did all of the things. The game is... The microphone was nearly dropped, but the game is done. It was a long journey. It was a very long journey, but we got there in the end. We did all of the things in the end. Right, sorry. I was looking at stuff. I was trying to think what I was going to do next. But yeah, I did enjoy it. Like, for as much as I didn't like the final case, I did enjoy the game. It was very, very fun. There were just like a couple things that I don't know. I just feel like there were a couple story things that I just didn't enjoy very much. But it wasn't that bad. It was fine. It was fine. Right, do people want to do some golf? I'm not going to go into Discord though. We'll just do golf with me on my own. Well, you'll play, but just my voice. With this, you're all set to play the Layton crossover. The next Ace Attorney game I have to play is gonna be Ace Attorney Investigations, because Wanted. Yo, thank you so much, Dogma. Oh, well, there you go. You've got a hype train. I have to do Ace Attorney Investigations because Wanted redeemed that. So we must do that. But we're not going to do it for a while because I've got like a load of stuff I've got to do. Haggett Ron Paul or something. I've never heard of it. Okay, I've never heard of it. But so I'm gonna finish So Saturdays are now gonna be. I'm gonna finish Hollow Knight. That's what Saturdays are gonna be from now on. Until I finish Hollow Knight, it's gonna be Hollow Knight. Then I have a couple game redeems I need to do. So I've got DMC 1, which I'll do on a Saturday because that was a Shin redeem, and he even bought the game for me. So I need to do that on stream for him. Then I've got Pokemon Team Rocket Red, I think it's called. It's the ROM hack where you play as Team Rocket. I've got to do that after that. And then we might go back to Ace Attorney Investigations. I've done Abe's Exodus. I do kind of want to try to finish it. Yo, thank you for the 100 bitties, Annako. Get in on the emote. You can get this emote. Everyone gets an emote. Yeah. We need to get...
That's not lucky at all.
Thank you for the gifts up to Garth Wanted. I should probably get rid of the Shin